Good evening, good folks, and welcome to the City of Muskegon City Commission General Session for this Tuesday, April 25th of 2023. Welcome. We've got quite a few things on our agenda this evening. Before we get into the prayer and Pledge of Allegiance, followed by roll call, and then we have the honors, awards, and presentations, and then the meat of our business tonight. Before we do all that, I just want to let you know that we do have 2 public comment periods, and if you wish to speak and give public comment, there are forms at the back of the room. We ask that you fill that out and please provide your name and home address on there, and then leave it in the tray back there. When you get called up, you'll have up to 3 minutes to provide remarks. A note, I will not be sharing or asking you to share your personal address publicly. That's for just our records. The 2 public comment periods, one of which is at the beginning on any agenda items, and then there's another public comment period at the end of the meeting on whatever you'd like to speak on. And you're welcome to participate in both public comment periods as well. And you have up to 3 minutes. And for folks at home, there will be a phone number scrolling along the screen as well if you wish to give public comment by phone. And while we're in the audience, please reserve remarks to yourself. No shouting at us from the audience, and maintain decorum and respect in our commission chambers. But you will have the opportunity to give public comment. So, if you wish to join us in prayer, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, you're welcome to stand and join us in doing so at this time. And we're going to be led in prayer by Pastor Russ Dam of the Oak Crest Church of God. Welcome, Pastor Russ.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, it's a real pleasure to be here, and it's exciting to know that our city believes in prayer. I think that's awesome. So it's been a real joy to be a part of Muskegon, and it's good to see all the new things that are coming about here. So we'll just open up in prayer. Father, we just thank you and we praise you. We give you all the glory and the honor. I thank you for your presence, and we speak blessings upon each individual here, each person on the board, and all those that are attending here today. Father, I just ask that you'll guide our hearts, guide our minds, guide us in doing the things of your will according to their agenda. And we just give you all the glory and praise in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor Russ.
Welcome.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Emery?
Here.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Here.
Mayor Johnson?
Here.
Commissioner Hood?
Here.
Commissioner Ramsey?
Here.
Vice Mayor German?
Here.
Commissioner Gorman?
Here.
Thank you. All right, so we have a new staff introduction in our Division of Public Safety, Chief Kozel, and our newcomer to the city, Emily Morgenstern. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you for allowing us to take a moment to introduce Emily Morgenstern to our family over at, and as our police community coordinator. She's hit the ground running already yesterday. Citizen Police Review Board last night, so welcome. Words for you.
Excellent. Thanks, Chief Kozel. Welcome, Ms. Morgenstern.
Thank you. I have a lot of familiar faces here. So previously I was at the Chamber of Commerce for about 4 years, so very excited to be here at the city and working for our great police department. I'm looking forward to working with all of you.
Excellent. Welcome aboard, and looking forward to working with you for the betterment of our community. Thank you. All right. If I could welcome our women veterans and members of WINC, Women Injured in Combat, to the front. We got a resolution, proclamation. Maybe we should do it over here so people at home can hear me on the microphone. Okay. Excellent. So whereas Muskegon, Michigan salutes and remembers the many American female veterans who have courageously and honorably served in the military on behalf of our great nation, and whereas women have formerly been a part of the United States Armed forces since the inception of Army Nurses Corps in 1901, but have proudly served alongside and supported our nation's military since the American Revolution. And whereas, with over 2 million of the veteran population being women, and 20% of today's military comprised of women, the women veteran community is the fastest growing subset of American veterans. And whereas, on this day, we commemorate the women who fearlessly served our nation, and we honor our female veterans and their families for their remarkable service, sacrifice, and outstanding contributions to our nation. And whereas the Muskegon City Commission hereby recognizes our nation's women's veterans by declaring April 26th of each year as Women Veterans Day in Muskegon. Now therefore, be it resolved that I, Kenneth D. Johnson, Mayor of the magnificent city of Muskegon, do hereby proclaim April 26, 2023 as Women Veterans Day in Muskegon and encourage all City of Muskegon residents to recognize the courage and contributions of generations of American servicewomen and their families who have proudly served our great state and nation, doing their part to protect our land, people, freedoms, and legacy. Thank you for your service. Miss Henrietta, would you care to speak on your organization, Women Injured in Combat, and what this day signifies for you? And you're going to have to adjust the mic there because I contorted it towards me.
Well, first of all, on behalf of all the women veterans of Muskegon County, we want to say thank you to the commissioners and to you, Mayor Johnson. This organization was created by Zanetta Adams, and she created the organization because she was a woman veteran who showed up at a lot of veteran events and did not see women across the country. And she decided to come back to Muskegon and create WINK for all women veterans, which means women injured in combat, the wounds you don't see. Most of our women have been impacted by military sexual trauma. And so when they come home, they isolate, and their suicide rates are much higher than their male counterparts. So today we are just super excited to know that the city of Muskegon recognizes the many women veterans across the country and here in Muskegon. What you saw earlier with those women standing there holding that banner is over 200 to 300 years of experience. We have some women sitting here today that have served our country for 32 years. Right here in this room, and decided to make Muskegon their home. So for you to recognize the women that are here, and Heidi is standing here to have a few words to say on how WINK saved her life. So this is an organization that really is about life or death. And our women are living a prosperous life because of WINK and because of citizens and communities like Muskegon County. So thank you so much. So Heidi can say a few words.
I just want to say I was around when this proclamation was started in 2017, and I know that the city of Muskegon is the first in the state of Michigan to have ever signed a proclamation recognizing women veterans. And I know that when I got out after Desert Storm, I didn't know anybody. I lived alone for 25 years. And through Zanetta Adams' work and through WINK, I know that I'm never alone. And I know that no woman veteran out there never has to feel alone. And I want to thank the city of Muskegon for doing it. Thank you very much.
We celebrate you with great humility and gratitude. Thank you for your service, not only to your country in the past, but what you're doing for our community today and going forward. Thank you. So we do have some public comment on agenda items. Mr. Carey, you say downtown development? Is this pertaining to is this pertaining to an agenda item, or is this general topic? General topic. Okay. Thank you. Do you have any more forms, Madam Clerk, right now? Okay, I've got a few. I just wondered if you have
that's everything.
any more.
Yep.
I do them in order of residents first.
Absolutely.
Yes. So first up, we have Jamie Cross joining us from the Nelson neighborhood. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks. Welcome.
So, public access, here I am again. So specifically to the Parkland agreement, in my view, it still is in my view that I wish it would never happened in the first thing. It has happened. And so we're now trying to figure out how to negotiate public access here. I've seen the pink spots on where the public access is down the pier along the side, but it's intermittent. So if it wants to be shut, if the Shoreline Inn wants to shut it down to use it for weddings and other events, it's shut down. You can't market that to tourists, not the public. That's a beautiful view spot, one of few here in downtown. Heritage Landing is another one, often shut down. Another spot. Other one's Harbor 31. How do you get there? So these are places that are valuable because they have view sheds of Muskegon Lake. They're valuable to the city, they're valuable to the residents, and they're valuable to the community. And so intermittent public access is not public access. And I'll go as far to say that the other use agreements, the cooperative use agreements, Adelaide Point, Harbor 31, same thing. $80 million put into this lake. At one point, we built the Shoreline Inn. We built the hotel without the windows facing the lake because it was so bad. $80 million later, developers are here. They want it. The agreements, the tax abatements, everything that we're giving for these developments should be a requirement that we have public access. It should not be a negotiation. People in this community should have public access to those places, not a negotiation. You use my property, I build infrastructure for your business. Let's think about this community and the value we have and the access we have to our lakefront. Can't keep giving it away. So that's what I have to say. So good luck with your decision today. It's unfortunate that we're here today for it.
Thank you, Ms. Cross. Appreciate you joining us this evening. Next up, we have Derek Olson joining us from the Lakeside neighborhood. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you. Thanks again for always having us down here. Packed house tonight, which is cool. I thought that there'd be 37 people making public comments, so I wasn't ready to go right away. But I'm here for the same concerns that Jamie is. I was really disappointed when I found out that this dedicated pier that I thought belonged to the people of the city of Muskegon a couple of years ago was given away to a private developer. I understand there's a current ongoing court case that involves it, and I think we should let the court case will out. I think that the deal should never have been done to begin with. I think that it's one of many assaults on public access and public property. I fear it's one of many, many, many developments that are going to fill our lake with too many boats. I don't think any studies have been done and any educated guesses have been made as to how many marina spots and gigantic boat storage buildings we should build along the south shore of Muskegon Lake. I would like to see some study done as to the carrying capacity of recreational boats in Muskegon Lake, and particularly how it pertains to these giant ones that we're about to put down there. But these continued boat storage buildings, man, it's crazy, and I don't think we have a good idea of what the lake is even going to look like in the next couple of years. That's my fear, is that there's so much development happening that we don't know what it's going to look like. And I think that we need to fight for this piece of property. And I remember the last time that this was on the agenda and discussed down here, and everybody kind of voted. They were like, I don't know if I want to touch this thing right now. And I think we should still not touch this thing and see what happened. I don't think that initial agreement should ever have been made for $1 to give this piece of property away. I don't think that that we should continue to give it away. We should maintain the ownership of it. So essentially making this amendment agreement tonight finalizes, in my understanding, our selling that piece of property, which I don't think we ever should have done to begin with. And so I hope that this commission can have the wisdom at this point to wait and move slowly, like has been my plead for so long, because these developers aren't coming. They're already here, and they all want giant pieces of our lake, and we're giving it away at a terrific rate. And I hope that we can slow this down, because this is supposed to be for everyone, and the people who gave this to the city a long time ago intended for generations of people to come to be able to use that property. And to make an agreement with somebody to give it away, it's just no good. And so hopefully we can move on and slow down some of these developments and understand how many boats we're going to pollute the lake with, because instead of dumping fill in there, we're dumping boats in it. And in a couple of years, all we might see down there, instead of piles of industrial garbage like 100 years ago, is piles of boats, which is just as offensive to people who like lakes. Love you guys. Appreciate the city of Muskegon and giving us the time. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Appreciate you joining us this evening. Next up, we have Leo Markowski joining us from the Nelson neighborhood. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Evening. I am representing the Muskegon Lake Watershed Partnership. I am also a resident of the city of Muskegon. And our viewpoint, after much review, as many of you have as well, of the scenario that we find ourselves in, is that we really wish we could go back in time, that we could put more pressure on yourselves to address this earlier in the matter. I take responsibility for the fact that I wish that was the case, but it's not, and we're here. But we do not feel that the current amendment being recommended is the best way forward, and partly because we do feel that going forward with things as they stand, potentially with the lawsuit, for example, that the outcome could be that we could get closer to back in time than we are today, and we could reevaluate things from that perspective. We feel very strongly that we have very limited points of access for the public to the lake. And this current piece of property gives us not only physical access of walking out to the pier, but also a very great view shed, a place that many people have the ability to experience the lake environment that will most likely never get on a boat of any kind. So while that's one user experience, being out on the lake via a boat, the experience from land is most often the experience that folks become stewards of the lake. Folks that spend time on the shoreline, experiencing the habitat, being able to look out at the sunset, getting out of their car and going for a walk with their family or their friends or on their lunch break, for example. This particular arranged marriage or arrangement that we've come to is not the best way forward. It does not provide or preserve meaningful public access. It is my understanding that you may have the opportunity to make changes to the current declaration of property by making amendments allowing for strollers, for example. So if there are things that we can all agree on could be improved, there are other ways of addressing it, and we do not think that this amendment is the proper way to do so. We do not think that there are only two outcomes, that there is more variety and possibility, and that we've got a lot of smart people in the room. We're not going to get this land back if we don't take the opportunity to really evaluate what it could look like in the future and what part we can play to do that. I also would suggest that we take a look at what is it that we are concerned about. Is the city concerned about losing money in this agreement in some way? And what is it that we're really losing? We're losing our access to the watershed from the user standpoint, from the citizen standpoint, from the community standpoint. That is what we are looking at losing. It's not about the dollars here or the dollars there. We need to start with what we could lose and work backwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Markowski. Appreciate you joining us this evening. There's Not sure of the first name, but last name's Jenkins.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, Mr. Jenkins. Joining us from the Nelson neighborhood. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Commissioners, audience. Yeah, I just came down here this evening. I've been watching the happenings down at Hartshorn Marina today. Watched them clear a lot of property. Watched them pump a lot of water down there. Didn't know what was going on, and so kind of surprised to find out that that area was fenced off because a lot of effort was put in by previous commissions to put in the bicycle path, and that bicycle path being fenced off was kind of a shock to me. And then I find out that you got this big development going on, so that's why they just fenced it off temporarily. And I know that you guys have your minds made up. I mean, I've been there, so you don't really care a whole lot about what people say. But I'm going to register a concern anyway. If it's economic development, that's a one-time or thing that you're going to have these people bringing in and building these, whatever they're going to be building. But I don't see a lot of economic development where you're going to be generating money in the future by selling off this lakefront so that a few people can enjoy it rather than the entire community. And you say, well, okay, they're going to do some things to let the other people in, even though they retain the ownership of this beautiful lake. It's one of my favorite fishing holes has just been taken away. And also people that come down there and walk that bicycle path or ride that bicycle path. A lot of people, that gets used a lot. So I'm sure there's other people that like see this fence and say, whoa, why is this? So I'm just like, economic development, it's great to see people bringing in like big houses and big boats, but I wouldn't necessarily say that's going to be something that's going to create a lot of jobs in the future. So that's just my 2 cents. I know you guys got your minds made up, but that's good. Hopefully you'll take consideration of the many rather than the few, because you're just giving that lakefront to just a few people who have this access now. And many are going to lose.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Appreciate you joining us this evening. If you stick around, I'd be happy to speak with you further on this item, as well as with regard to the Adelaide Point and Hartshorn Village projects and how the public access is affected there. All right. Next up, we have Mr. Max McKee joining us from the City of Grand Haven by way of Mart Dock. Welcome, sir. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
The one?
It's one that he did. He sent to her in advance. It's just the area.
Thank you. Max McKee, president of the Mart Dock. I'm not here to pick apart all the details of the latest proposed amendment to the Parkland Development Agreement with the city. There's not enough time for that. But I encourage all to read it and look at the pictures the city has provided. Just a quick few points I want to mention here. The picture with the yellow shaded property depicts what our lawsuit seeks to restore back to the public. That's the public access that we had. The other picture that is the purple picture, Ann can get it up there. If not, you'll see it later, is of the supposed new access. It consists of purple lines representing 5-foot wide paths. That's your access, 5 foot wide. The purple path, that's the purple path. The purple path along the marina docks showing the new access is already public access. The owner, Mr. Rooks, explained that to the commissioners in a previous workshop session. He said that already is public access and he'd be a fool to get rid of it. And the one along the walkway or the peninsula can be taken away at any time in this new agreement. By the way, a gas dock is planned there, but they define that gas dock is public access. The 5-foot wide path leading to a fishing pier maybe has the ability to hold 2 people on it, and they would be casting their lines into 3 feet of water. I know that because it's over and next to our property. The shopper docks, my guess it's for Parkland's businesses, not for businesses half a mile away downtown. And that is if they're not used for staging the boats for in and out service. For those of you who are unaware, the mayor and the city attorney are leading the charge to place approximately 600 feet of public waterfront in the hands of a private development for a 300-unit in and out boat storage building. There's no way to slice it. The forklifts carrying the boats together, totaling 50 tons or more, cannot coexist with the public walking on the same piece of property. The Mart Dock has filed a lawsuit to prevent that from happening. The proposed amendment is deceptive with several well-placed loopholes. If you want to avoid further embarrassment for the city, I recommend that the commissioners don't approve this. And if it isn't approved, I still hope the citizens, the judge, and the jury still get a look at it so they can see for themselves the deception and the loopholes in a document which someone wanted to pass off on the commissioners and the public. Maybe they'll be as disheartened as I am. Why does the city attorney want to fight restoring waterfront access to the public? It's obvious, in a conflict. He botched or he deliberately allowed the seriously flawed initial agreement to get in front of the commissioners for approval, and he's now trying to put it behind him, resulting in the loss of public waterfront access. And he's getting paid for it out of the pockets of the very citizens he's working to take the property away from. Reminds me of the Russian comedian, "What a great country." This city attorney, what a great city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKee. Next up, we have Ryan Leesma joining us from the city of North Muskegon. Welcome. You have 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Hello. So I'm not going to get as detailed as Max, but I just want to talk about 3 different things. I want to talk about our history on the issue with Parkland, talk about the mistakes that were made, and then talk about our reputation and how we move forward. So I've spoken with a few members of the commission already, so some of these things are already said, but I'll go quickly. A lot of times municipalities have taken pieces of property and they've provided them for economic development. That's not something that's new. What's unique about this particular case is that this property was provided to the city for the purpose and the benefit of the public use of the waterfront, period. It was a gift. It was meant to be a gift. It was written as a gift. The boardwalk, the 5 acres, 4 acres, whatever it is, and the street were all given for the specific purpose of the public being able to use it. Now, somebody who has considered donating my waterfront to the public eventually, as I age, it does concern me because I go, well, what's going to happen if I provide my property to the city? Is it going to be converted at some point? In terms of the mistake, I think we all know that really the public isn't in favor of it, and the commissioners have, lamented the fact that it probably shouldn't have been done in the first place. What we're doing now is we're talking about, well, how do we try and legitimize something that never should have taken place in the first place? It's like negotiating with a tiger when your head is already in its mouth. You don't say, go ahead and gnaw off my leg, right? You do whatever you can to escape that peril. The judge is going to do that, and there's absolutely no reason for us to get in the way of that. Lastly, I want to talk about our future, right? We have so much excitement going on in this town right now. You can feel it. It's electric. We're resurging. We're going to our 3rd wave of prosperity. And I think it's a major mistake to have potential investors and the public see the commission double down on something that is just universally unpopular and that the commissioners themselves have said isn't a great idea. It discourages investment. This town has had a history of inside deals historically, and it has scared investment away. I know that for a fact because I was very active in the Grand Rapids business community. It certainly will scare philanthropists away if they can't believe that what they give the city will be entrusted to the intentions that they provided. So I think for those three reasons, it should be left in the hands of the courts. I think that public access is incredibly important. It inspired me as a child when my family didn't have any money. It's something that I'm passionate about. And yeah, let's do the right thing, not the easy thing.
Thank you, Mr. Leesma. Appreciate you joining us this evening. All right. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Foster. I overlooked your form, but you are up next, joining us from the Jackson Hill neighborhood, and you have up to 3 minutes to provide remarks.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
My name's Diane Foster. I'm 135 Ottawa Street. I'm here about public access to the park at the end of Ottawa Street because public access seems to be an issue on the docket today. And I guess my bridge isn't, but I keep bringing it up because it's important. We lacking in places for people to put their boats in. We've closed this bridge off. I probably see 20 boats go by my place every day and have to turn around because that boat launch is no longer effective. People come to Fisherman's Landing maybe every other year, maybe every year, maybe not for 5 years. They don't know that that's closed off, so they're used to it being open when they're here. I also talked to my local policeman that is in my neighborhood, and he finds it very difficult to access the park. If he ever needed to really get over there, he can't without going all the way up around the causeway and then back in. And the entrance on that side is extremely dangerous. So, as I said before, there was a lot of money, over $1 million at least, allocated to fix that bridge. I know I was at the meeting they did this. So were several other people. If it takes everything I have, I'm going to find that agenda in my paperwork. Because I don't know what they did with the money, but it was there to fix the bridge. The bridge was a temporary situation, now it's permanent. And the permanency lacks, it makes my end of town a dead zone, and it really hurts my feelings. I worked really hard to make it a live zone. So, and no offense to you guys, but I sat in all these meetings while you hurriedly made decisions about other things that now are kind of biting us in the butt. So I encourage us to take more time at this point and start really thinking about what our city needs. And we don't need any more people telling us what we need. You guys live here, you know what we need. We don't need surveys. If you guys need to survey, then you do the surveys. You guys go out and talk to your constituents. You ask them what they want. Don't send people for $100,000 or $40,000 to do it. We've had a couple expensive surveys, and I already know people don't answer the door. So if your mayor came to the door, they might. So I'm just saying that's a waste of money, and you guys should get out and talk to your constituents and find out what we want, not what you guys think we want. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. Appreciate you joining us this evening. Stay tuned, because your bridge is on the agenda. Yes. Are there any other forms back there? Nope. All right. Can we get the phone number on
It's been
the screen?
scrolling for a while, and we have not received any phone calls.
Okay.
This is it, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's been running the whole time there's no public comment.
Mm-hmm.
It's been running the whole time.
Okay. We have just another moment. If anybody wants to call.
Yep.
Well, we're giving another moment for any phone-in comments. There's anyone in the audience who did not fill out a form that wishes to give public comment still on an agenda item? We'll have additional public comment at the end of the meeting. All right. Anyone calling in?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, we have not received it.
All right. And public comment is on agenda items is concluded. Then let me just double check. Yes. All right. So moving on to consent agenda. That's the end of the meeting. Commissioners, you've had an opportunity to review the consent agenda. Are there any items that you wish to have removed for separate consideration, deliberation, and vote? Commissioner Ramsey.
Item 7G and 7M.
7N, you said?
M. M's in Michael.
Mary? Michael, okay. 7M. Commissioners, are there any other items that you wish to have removed?
Yes, but I lost it. Hang on.
All right.
ARPA grant, whatever.
It's been pulled.
Well, then that's easy.
The D.
Any items over here?
We're going to pull D.
Nope. All right.
It's been pulled.
It's been pulled. That's been removed from the agenda. All right, commissioners. I have a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented, minus items 7G and 7M.
So move.
Support. We have a motion by Vice Mayor German, supported by Commissioner Hood, to accept the consent agenda as presented, minus items 7G and 7M. There's no discussion. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hood.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Yes.
Vice Mayor German.
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman.
Yes.
Commissioner Emery.
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair.
Yes.
Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramsey, item 7M.
Yes, I motion to approve traffic control order 78.
7G, I'm sorry.
That's me. Oh, 7G. I motion to approve traffic control order number 78 parenthesis 2023 parenthesis.
Support.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Ramsey, supported by Commissioner St. Clair, to approve traffic control order number 78-2023.
Yes. Hello, sir. How are you, Dan?
Good evening, Commissioner. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm well. This is a hot topic here, right? A little stop sign's causing a big ripple in that neighborhood. So can we talk about the process that got us to this point, to the recognition of the need, and why it's important or not for us to do so?
Sure. So we've been meeting with the neighborhood on this specific issue in the context of a broader issue for a couple years, I believe. The specific issue tonight is the removal, or specifically the stop sign at Lakeshore and Southern, for the Lakeshore directions. We're not removing the stop sign for Southern. That would be a mistake. That's in the context of a broader conversation with the neighborhood about traffic on Lakeshore Drive. The neighborhood has expressed concern with the number of vehicles, the speed of vehicles, the type of vehicles, and various other things. Not all of which can be addressed with a simple stop sign. However, that indicated to us that there was some safety concerns on the street. So we undertook I don't want to call it a trial, but an effort to investigate whether stop signs would help alleviate the safety concerns in the neighborhood. After speaking with the neighborhood recently, they feel that whatever this stop sign may have done or not done from a safety perspective, they feel it's offensive from a noise perspective and perhaps other reasons. We, as the DPW or engineering department, did not find it to add anything to the safety of the street, and therefore we are open to the neighborhood's request to remove the stop sign.
I have one follow-up, Mr. Mayor, and then I can give my time. So Dan, riddle me this. Let's pretend that we take the stop sign down and traffic starts to get crazy. People are flying down there like bats out of hell. A lot of accidents or someone gets hit on a bike. How soon can we as a city remedy that by either putting the stop sign back or whatever that natural remedy might be, because that's my concern. I support obviously what the residents in that area want. And while noise pollution is a real thing, I'm not sure that it trumps safety. So if we've made the wrong choice tonight, how soon can we fix that once we identified that?
Well, we could fix it nearly immediately. If it were a serious safety issue, we could simply put up a stop sign under a temporary traffic control order, come back to you and seek a permanent one if we felt that was the right solution.
Great.
Although I will point out that this stop sign has been there only for about 1 year, and prior to it being there, we did not experience any of those issues, nor did we while it was there.
Great. Thanks, Dan.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. Commissioners, any other questions or comments? Commissioner St. Clair.
Thank you. So, when this stop sign was put in place, if my memory serves me correctly, it was in response to a lot of speeding requests that we were going to try this as a traffic calming measure to slow people down, or maybe make it inconvenient enough that they might take a different route so that that wasn't such a highly trafficked road. If we remove the one barrier in between Laketon and, almost downtown, what do we imagine the effect of that is going to be on the speeding complaints that initiated this stop sign being put in the first place?
I don't expect that over the length of Lakeshore from, we'll say, Cole's Bakery to Laketon, I don't expect over the length of that street we will see any major difference. Speeding, such as it is on that street, is likely to occur all along it, and the stop sign only affects traffic within a few hundred feet of the southern intersection. That said, we are continuing to engage with the neighborhood on other measures. We have talked about a double stripe down the center to prevent passing. We've talked about other temporary options that have met with some desire and some in the neighborhood who do not care for them. So we're still working with the neighborhood to determine exactly how they would like their street to function within the confines of traffic law.
Thank you.
Follow? All right. Thank you, Director Vanderhyde. Just to give some additional context or background on this, so a temporary traffic control order was put in place last year when we put the stop sign up, and then it came to the City Commission for a permanent, or not, but permanent on a trial basis, as it was explained by then Director Evans, knowing that this could and likely would come back to us at some point for an evaluation of whether or not to keep that stop sign there. One of the reasons why it was put in, as Commissioner St. Clair noted, was the interest in whether it would divert traffic or if it would affect the Google Maps directions to the extent that it would no longer be the quickest route from downtown to Lakeside. And so people would not take Lakeshore Drive through a residential area and instead would take, Seaway to Sherman or Seaway to Laketon, a more heavily trafficked commercial corridor versus a residential corridor. That's what prompted those additional stop signs over on Franklin as well. And it has not had that effect, that desired effect. But our DPW and our planning department and our police department are continuing to engage with the neighborhood about other solutions, as was mentioned, that double striping for no passing, because apparently even some semis try to pass traffic, which is absurd on that street. And so it's going to be a mix. We're going to have to come up with a number of trying new solutions and then going to be evaluating other solutions to consider to try to provide traffic calming on that street. But thank you for your efforts thus far and for evaluating how this stop sign has attempted to serve its original intent, and for continuing to engage with our neighborhood and community on that road. And it is an issue that is affecting our entire city, speeding, so I know we got a high demand for this traffic or the speeding carts.
We heard about it last night.
Oh yeah, people all across the city want them. We only have 2, And even those have mixed bags. Some people really want them. Some people hate them, think they're useless. So,
Speeding card. Or like the slow down now.
Yeah, your speed. Yeah, you can watch your speed. Yeah. So, it's a mixed bag. But what could help with enforcement is more police officers. So, and we are continuously hiring for them. So if anybody is interested, this is a call to the public. If anybody's interested in law enforcement, please reach out to the City of Muskegon. We'd welcome you applying, and we even have a program to put you through the academy as well, which is a great program. And so, thank you again. I digressed, but that would certainly help us with enforcement if we have more officers, because we were budgeted for more, but it's a continuous struggle to hire and retain them. I guess there's less and less demand to get into law enforcement today, but thank you again. I digress.
Thanks for your support.
Director Vanderheide. Appreciate you. Any other questions or? Okay. All right, then we'll go to roll call, please.
Do we have a first and second?
Yeah, we had it was Commissioner Ramsey, seconded by Commissioner St. Clair.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramsey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor German?
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Commissioner Emery?
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hood?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Commissioner Ramsey?
Yes, item 7M. I motion to approve the requested amendments to allow carriage houses with only a one-story minimum requirement and only a 20-foot depth requirement.
Support.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Ramsey, supported by Commissioner St. Clair. This is a second reading and second vote of an item that had come to the commission 2 weeks ago. I think it was approved on a 6-1 vote at that time. But Commissioner Ramsey, we have Director.
Okay.
Yes, there's Franzik, our planning director.
Hello, Mike. How are you?
Good evening. I'm good. How are you?
Good. Thanks for asking. I just want to congratulate you again and staff on the quick work that you were doing to truly begin to produce actionable items to address the housing crisis that our community finds itself in, that has been in the making for quite some time, even though we sort of dug our heads in the sand about it and pretended it wasn't happening. So anything else that you can do moving forward that helps to address the outcomes of that study, I'm certain that my colleagues would love to hear about it. Please don't sit on them. In fact, run to us and share it all with us. Thank you so much for your hard work on this stuff.
Thanks. I think we have a pretty big initiative that we'll bring in front of you fairly soon.
I have nothing else.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. Commissioners, any other? Vice Mayor German?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Johnson. Director Francis, I know we talked about this item a few weeks ago and had some concerns when it came to these carriage homes. We were talking about converting, I believe, garages into possible spaces for carriage homes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And one of the concerns was about utilities. How would that be implemented? Or do they have to go through approval through inspections and all of that to safe built, more or less, to get gas running to those properties? Or how would it be, propane or electricity? And then are there stipulations on where these could actually be? And how would they complement the neighborhood as well?
So they're currently only permitted in our form-based code districts, which is mostly Nelson, northern part of NIMS, and some other scattered areas. That's the only zoning designation they're really allowed in. Possibly if you do like an RT, which allows for duplexes, potentially you could allow those there. There's not many districts for that. But yes, they would have to meet all of the applicable building codes. You know, they have to have electricity and power and all that infrastructure and plumbing. So they're going to have to do everything they do for a normal house. They'll just have to connect the same ways that the principal structure had connected to that infrastructure.
Water and all of that.
Water, yep.
Yeah, and that's part of my concern. I know we have a housing crisis, and try to meet that demand, and that need is critical. My concern is that these will be popping up just about all over the neighborhood, and I don't know how that would complement the existing properties. will it raise the property value in some aspects, or will it, devalue certain properties? So what is your take as a zoning and planning director?
Well, the property value is going to increase with new investment. So the property owner is going to see an increased value of their property. It's a good way for them to build generational wealth and equity into their properties. And it offers them another income stream with their property. And it fills a need with the very critical housing shortage we have right now. So I think it complements many aspects to these neighborhoods.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor German. Dr. Franzik, for folks at home and in the audience that may not have been here 2 weeks ago when we first discussed and voted on this, could you just give a little bit of background as to what the zoning amendment is and what it entails?
Yeah, so it's specific to accessory dwelling units. Those are accessory structures to the principal use, which would be the main house. And this would be another dwelling unit in the back, which would be detached from the structure. Somebody could build new, or they could transform their existing one-story garage now into a unit. Just give them a little bit more options. With the decreased sizes that we're allowing now, we feel that they don't need that depth of 30 as well to meet that 375-foot threshold. So right now we're discussing reducing that minimum from 2 stories to just a 1 story, so they don't have to be as big, and decreasing just the depth, so a little bit of how it will sit on the property.
Okay. And this is only within the urban residential context area of the form-based code?
Yes.
Which is Nelson neighborhood, a little portion of the northern section of the NIMS neighborhood, and it extends into Lakeside a little bit.
Oh, yes, Lakeside.
Is there any other areas outside of those
and
three?
A couple of properties in Campbell Field off of Dowd Street.
That have the duplexes.
They have the
that
duplexes.
built in there. So in those limited areas, and it could potentially expand if we change zoning elsewhere, but in those limited areas presently, you're entitled as a use by right to have a carriage home as long as that carriage home is on the second level of your garage. You could have a garage and then a second floor carriage home, or some people call it mother-in-law suite. You can have that now as a use by right. What this change that we're contemplating and would be confirming tonight, if it approves again on at least a majority vote, would entitle you to have that same use, a second accessory dwelling unit, that mother-in-law suite in the back, but it just could be 1 floor instead of requiring you to build a second floor, which actually would be conducive for accessibility because number of people get older. Yes. You don't necessarily want to climb stairs, so you'd like to have a housing unit on the first floor. So it's creating more options, but that use is already permitted. It's just more restricted in that area. So we're saying you can do it on the first floor if you want, or you could have a living space on the first floor and the second floor in one accessory structure to your primary home.
Correct.
Got that correct?
Yeah, that's a great point about the accessibility. That's another benefit towards the neighborhood, is providing more units that are accessible. And just for everybody just to understand is this is not going to give the ability for additional structures and like clutter on the property. You're still only allowed 1 accessory structure, whether that's a garage or a detached garage. You're not going to have both, so we're not going to see these properties overdeveloped. If you want that detached garage and an ADU, then you're going to have to build them 2 stories.
As present zoning allows. Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions or comments on this item? Okay, thank you, Mr. Franzik.
All right, thanks.
Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor German,
No.
Commissioner Gorman,
Yes.
Commissioner Emery,
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair,
Yes.
Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hood,
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next up, we have a public hearing for Brownfield Plan Amendment, the Meadows at Harbor 31 LLC. So reporting out on this is Ms. Contessa Alexander.
Hello, good evening, everyone. So the Harbor 31 LLC has submitted a Brownfield Plan Amendment. This will include 155 market rate apartments townhouses, as well as hotel, retail, office space, marina, boat sales, rentals, and senior living. And just to clarify, that is the total Harbor 31 redevelopment. So the project for you today is for the Meadows at Harbor 31. So this is a proposed redevelopment activity that will include 21 two-story multifamily duplex-style residential homes with surrounding grass lawn areas, sidewalks, roadways, creating walkable community that will provide access to the Muskegon Lake and green spaces in Muskegon. Sustainable development concepts are proposed throughout the project, including green building techniques, low impact development, and stormwater management. The total project investment, not including property acquisition, is approximately $7 million. Development is expected to begin in the fall through 2024. The original property has been utilized for industrial use, which has resulted in a widespread of contamination. The developer is in the process of completing a Phase 1 environmental site assessment and will complete a baseline environmental site assessment in the near future. The property is considered an eligible property as defined by Ag 381 due to the known soil contamination. The plan includes a total Eagle eligible activity cost of $530,700, which includes department specific activities, due care activities, a contingency of 15%, Brownfield Plan Amendment Act 381 work plan preparation, and Brownfield Plan Amendment implementation. The total cost for the local only Michigan Strategic Fund non-environmental eligible activities is $1,430,435, which includes a contingency of 15% at 2.5 interest. The total developer Eagle and local only MSF eligible activities costs are $1,961,135. Additional activities include the City of Muskegon Brownfield Redevelopment Authority administrative fee, the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority Local Brownfield Revolving Fund with a total cost of $644,586. The 2023 taxable value of the eligible property is $136,500. After completion of the development, the taxable value is estimated at $2.8 million. This plan amendment assumes a 1% annual increase in the taxable value of the eligible property, and initial capture is anticipated to begin in 2026. The capture of tax increment revenues for the development and reimbursement is anticipated to commence in 2026 and end in 2045, a total of 22 years. So this plan amendment assumes approximately 3 years of additional capture of tax increment revenues following developer reimbursement for deposit into a local Brownfield revolving fund if available. The Brownfield Redevelopment Authority approved and signed the resolution for the Brownfield Plan Amendment on April 11, 2023. So we have the consultant here, Kirk from Fishbeck, as well as Jake Eckham to provide any further details on this project. And I'm here to answer any questions if you have them.
Excellent. Thank you, Mrs. Alexander,
You're
for
welcome.
the report. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Ramsey.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, or Madam Clerk, is there an image of the Meadows specifically? Well, I'm on it.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. You're welcome. Now quit hollering, we're gonna get in trouble. So, Contessa, I don't really have any questions about the development itself, but I was very excited to hear 21 duplexes on 2.5 acres because that's not a huge commitment of land and sounds like there's gonna be a big payoff. They're two-story duplexes, right?
Yep.
And so I just want our neighbors to be able to see that that it's not as imposing as it sounds, right? Because when you think, if you don't know acreage, because I live in a city that now has chickens, we say 2.5 acres, but if you don't know what that looks like,
right,
it sounds huge. And I want our neighbors to know that this housing is super needed. It's already going to be there. And so this only helps to move things forward.
Absolutely, yes.
But people get scared about me included, my name is Michael Ramsey, and I get scared about things that I don't rightfully understand, and so visual images always help. I had someone suggest to me, Mr. Mayor, in a meeting last weekend that we have our developers bring back those little foam core representations where they build them like a Lego kit, so that people can actually look at them and understand, you know, the proportion of size to the surrounding area, because a flat image isn't always the best. So to all my developing friends in the room, take note.
Yeah, I second that. I'm looking at our city manager.
Right.
Pass that off to the manager.
There's 3D renderings that might
I
be
mean,
a
who
little
doesn't love a
easier.
good craft project
That's
on
a little
Sunday
easier, but
afternoon?
yeah, 3D, yeah, would be helpful.
Are you looking for this map?
It'll be
I think down.
Go down a little bit further.
Yeah. Yeah, it's keep right there, 29.
Here we go.
Yeah, that shows that.
So it really is a very small portion of the development itself, right? And it looks to be like, I'm assuming all the little, I shouldn't assume, but all the little speckles, that is grass or that is parking lot? That is regulated wetland. So it sounds real buggy.
Being preserved.
That's good. We love mosquitoes.
That's why it's meadows.
Yeah, meadows. Okay, so then they're all access to the street. There's a wetland in the center of them, so it's not going all the way through. We're not looking about a ton of traffic. They're easily accessible, and it's not something we're adding. It's already planned in. Perfect. That's all I needed to know, contestant.
I'm just curious. If the developer is here?
I believe. No, Kirk is
You're
here,
right. Okay.
consultant.
Fishback. I'm just curious now, seeing the schematic right here, and I noticed it before, and I saw the boundary, but it didn't dawn on me. It was like that boundary, even though there's no development going in, it's still necessitating the removal of some parking spots. I know that you guys have had conversations with the Innovation Hub and sorted that out. But if we're not, at one point I saw houses being built there, but I don't see them being built there now. So if there aren't any development going in, and I'm talking about, if this were on a north, south, east, west axis, I'm talking about the southwest, although that's probably not true geolocating. But in that corner, closer to the parking lot, I don't see any development going there. It looks like open space. Will those few parking spots be allowed to remain then if there's no active development going in there?
That's a good question that I don't know that I answer. I know it's part of the bigger PG portfolio. Whoever on that, but this is the only area that
Okay.
those few parking spots.
Just a little bit of a digression, because I know that's not the what we're here deliberating on. We're here for the Brownfield Plan Amendment. But in seeing that schematic, I was just curious if there was an opportunity to keep those few parking spots in place since there's no active development going on there. So maybe something to relay back and say, hey, don't take it out if not absolutely necessary to do so. All right. Commissioners, any other questions or comments on this item? Vice Mayor German.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Ms. Alexander, you mentioned some phases for the project. What phase are we in right now, if with this specific item?
So, Kirk, do you want to go ahead?
So it's obviously a very large scale development. First stage was Viridian Shores, which on the very top you can see the two greenish color. The next phase was the Trilogy Living Center, which is on the far east side of the property. Then the next will be the Meadows here, followed by the Commons, which is going to be on your right side, which are two buildings that will flank the main drive. And then following that will be the development on the north.
Now, we were talking about about $120 million project somewhere up in there, or is it more altogether?
Give or take for all together, yes.
Okay. Again, like Mayor Johnson said, I know we're on the topic of the brownfield, but could you just enlighten the public also about public access and how this plays out as well? Just kind of touch on that right quick.
So for this development, it's not adjoining the waterfront, so this one doesn't have like a public access to the waterfront component.
Right.
But I know the whole Harbor 31 does have on the northern phases. I haven't looked at them to know exactly what the public access is on those northern parts. I
Yeah,
Well, it's not a gated community or anything like that. That's what I'm saying. So
no,
they
no,
would know that.
Harbor
That
31
is-
isn't gated. You can
Yeah,
drive
exactly.
in now
Exactly.
to go out to the different drives and the lakes. I guess I don't know about the public access on the lake side, but no, it is not a gated community.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you both. Yep.
I think Director Ekholm can add on, speak to the public access. So this right here, what we're seeing is just one subset of the greater project, and this is brownfield plan amendment for just this little subset here of these additional duplexes. But to the greater project and the impact on public access and what we codified in preserving it, can you speak to that public access for the greater Viridian Shores development, Director Ekholm?
Certainly. So very briefly, you can't see it on this map. So near the Viridian Shores, single-family homes, which are under construction now, and then when you're looking at the site from Shoreline Drive to the right of the Parmenter building, 2 easements were recorded. So the sort of this strange catch-22 with public access historically at this site, formerly Edison Landing, was that there was a partially publicly funded break wall along the lakeshore, which is considered like a shared common element of the condo parties that make up Edison Landing, now Harbor 31. And so because it is encumbered by public funds, it is publicly accessible and has to stay publicly accessible, and there had never been any easements codified to access it. So I believe in 2021 the City Commission voted with staff put together the easements with partnership with the City Attorney's Office, I believe, and then the City Commission approved those. So now there are recorded easements. There's also another sidewalk that was put in on the Viridian Shores property that's publicly accessible, though is not part of the easement area, I don't believe. So there's actually 3 access points as of now. And on their larger PUD site plan, they have been in conversations with staff about some sort of larger public amenity on the lakeshore because they don't want to impact some other regulated wetlands on the site, and so they'd like to come up with some sort of public amenity rather than any sort of commercial development. So that's what exists today and should be anticipated moving forward.
Thank you, Director Ekholm. Any follow-up on that, Vice Mayor German?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions or comments on this item? No. All right, roll call, please.
Commissioner Gorman?
Wait, I'm sorry. There's a public hearing.
hearing.
There's a public hearing in this item.
I
Any
wasn't
members
gonna
of the
vote, just
public-
so you know.
Hey, we haven't made a motion. Any members of the public wish to speak on this brownfield plan amendment topic? Ms. Markowski? Welcome.
Review a plan in the public domain, I think, is great. My question to the developers is, what is expected to be planned in the non-graded area, the just white? Is that supposed to be lawn, or is that supposed to be trees? What's
Oh, yeah.
They're
What's
not into
happening
the
there?
green space. That's also the area that I was talking about where the parking is presently that is being removed.
So they're just looking
And
at
I was like,
potentially
are you going to
green
keep
space.
parking, or is it just going to be green space? Not all of that was parking, but they were like additional.
Understood. So just a quick suggestion from an environmental standpoint, if it doesn't strongly impact view sheds, which at that point of the lake are important for us to preserve, I would request that we start incorporating evergreens more into our planning more often. Our community benefits from winter residents, and when we're here all year, the more that we can see green and experience that, it improves our mental health. But also, you showed an elevation, just a little, the next image down. We were talking about the ability to envision a plan. An elevation is helpful because you see what the house looks like, but also, so if we scroll down one more, they're explaining what these properties are supposed to look like from the street. It's also very beneficial to envision those farther back. So actually being on the street or farther back in the neighborhood, what does the neighborhood experience? I just simply wanted to understand if they'd considered what we will see from the side of the development, because based on that layout, there are edge properties here. So mostly when we drive by, we're going to see the side of the house at the edge of those roads. And there's just definitely an opportunity for us to consider the character that those bring to the neighborhood. You'll see at the end of, I think coming up 9th Street and the recent development, the row of houses, there's just kind of a wall. You just drive by a wall at the side of that house. They didn't really consider what the edge of the houses looks like to the development. So just a quick question on that. And Jake's already addressed the fact that the streets will be public, the areas around the house will be public. We'll be able to walk down the street and interact with folks. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Ms. Markowski. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak on public during this public hearing? Did I see a hand over there, or no? Okay. Question or follow-up?
Question, Mr. Mayor. I want to co-sign what Leah just said. Remember when we built St. Joe's Square over there? There were those two houses on the end, and there were no windows. It was just siding, and you were here for that. I wasn't on commission yet, but I know that we worked with the developer so that it didn't look as, and I don't think that that's a huge barrier or would be a huge issue for the developer, just to kind of look at the aesthetic of that. So I don't know if we can revisit what we did with that St. Joe's Square for those two end houses, but something like that would probably suffice. To what, and I'm sorry I didn't catch your last name, so I just keep calling you Leah. What Leah was referencing, but it's not unheard of or a weird request. Heads up, 7-Up. That's all.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. Is there anyone on the phones that wishes to give comment during this public hearing?
We have not received any phone calls as of yet.
All right. What's your pleasure, Commission?
I motion to close the public hearing and approve the resolution for the Brownfield Plan Amendment for the Meadows at Harbor 31, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to sign.
Support.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner St. Clair, supported by Commissioner Ramsey, to close the public hearing and to approve the resolution for the Brownfield Plan Amendment for the Meadows at Harbor 31, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to sign. Are there any final thoughts or questions from the commission before we roll call? Nope. All right, roll call, please.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Commissioner Emery?
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hood?
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor German?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next up, we have the public hearing for the 2023 Consolidated Annual Action Plan, being reported out by our Community and Neighborhood Services Director, Sharonda Carson. Welcome, Director Carson. How are you this evening?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing this evening?
Well, thank you.
So, as you all know, that this is the time of the year where we have to communicate with HUD with our annual plan and how we plan to carry out the CDBG funding for the year. So, you guys should have that in your packets. The plan right now is, as it's being proposed, is in its draft state, and we want to hold this time right now for public comment. So I hope that the public have taken the time to look over the plan and came up with things to present to us today to help us as we plan that. Some of our priorities for the year include home repair, home buyers programs, rehab and construction of affordable housing, as well as supporting local organizations and agencies with their endeavors as well. If you have not had an opportunity to review the plan, you can find it online at shorelinecity.com. There has also been copies left at various locations, one being the city's clerk's office, the Hackley Community Library, Muskegon Housing Commission, as well as the Community and Neighborhood Services Department. The final report will be posted once it's reviewed and we receive our final numbers for HUD. So at this time, I would like to ask the public if they would like to provide public comment.
So folks at home, if you want to comment, be prepared to call in. Folks in the audience, any takers? Anybody wish to give comment on this item or our action plan? Director Echolm, you have something to add?
Good evening. Nothing to add on the content of the plan, though I do agree everyone should read it if they haven't. I just wanted to compliment the team, Director Carson and her team of CNS staff,
They work hard on this thing every year. A lot of times it goes sort of unheralded, but it really directs a lot of very important federal dollars that help a lot of neighbors with serious home repairs that they would have no other option for otherwise. Helps a lot of people in crisis, helps fund homeless coordinators with partner agencies. So a lot of their work is sort of this unsung hero work. So just wanted to get up and say how much I appreciate them being in our division and doing that work.
Excellent. Thank you, Director Ekholm.
Thanks, Jake.
Mr. Jenkins, if you
Yes,
come up.
No,
Come
no,
up.
no, I just had a question.
No,
What's
no.
the amount of money for CDBG this year?
All right, can you repeat the question for folks at home that may not have heard, Mr. Jenkins?
So he's asking about how much funding do we have, are we prepared to get for the year? Right now, we do not have the numbers. So right now, we are going off of our last year's numbers, which was somewhere near $1 million.
I do have the numbers. I thought that email went to you all as well, but it didn't. I thought you got an additional email. It only came to me. I don't know why it came just to me, but I thought that you would have also gotten it. So I'm sorry for not sharing this with you already. Let me find this. I would have thought they would have sent an additional email.
I didn't get it.
You're not copied on this email, so I don't know why they didn't send you another email. But here, congratulations. I'm pleased to inform you of your jurisdiction's fiscal year 2023 allocations for the Office of Community Planning and Development's formula programs. Your jurisdiction's fiscal year 2023 available amounts are as follows. Community Development Block Grant is $901,291, and the Home Investment Partnerships is $325,495. So my apologies for not getting that to you sooner. I just should not have assumed that you were also getting a separate email with that information.
No, they did not email me, but that's great news. Thanks.
Yeah, so it sounds like it's a hair less than I think we got last year.
Yeah.
But yes, so that's what we're getting, $901,291 for Community Development Block Grant. And could you maybe just speak broadly on what these funds are? You know, they pass through from the federal government, housing and urban development, and you know, why we get this money relative to, say, because we are one of the eligible eligible communities. Could you maybe just speak a little bit broadly on this funding, why we get it, and what it? I'm sorry, you might have touched on that a little bit at the beginning of it.
Okay.
Sorry, I know we got commotion going on over here. We have someone calling in, so.
So the city of Muskegon is considered an entitlement community. We, together with the city of Muskegon Heights and Norton Shores together, make up a population, and because we are considered an urban community, those funds are made available to us. So, is that what you're looking for?
And when there's various different eligible activities, and with a focus on supporting low to modest income, or for the benefit of low to modest income residents, in our community. Okay. And we have a Citizens District Council.
Yes.
Figure out how we.
So the Citizen District Council is a group of citizens that we meet regularly. In the past, we've met once a month, and we discuss the CDBG funding. That is also a requirement of HUD. It's our way of doing our due diligence and ensuring that we're meeting with the community, and the community is involved with the actions and the carrying out of the funding. So we meet once a month, and we talk about various things as far as programming amounts to those programs, and we also open that door for anybody else who wants to either attend or join that group. It's a really good group, and it's really, the purpose is really truly meant to make sure the community is informed. So
Excellent. So you are working with the Citizens District Council on a regular basis throughout the year.
Yes.
And then once a year we have this annual action plan that we open up to the greater community and continue to welcome the greater community's feedback to then inform staff and the Citizens District Council for the contours of that action plan that then ultimately gets adopted by the City Commission.
Yes.
Excellent. And we have someone on the phone line, I take it?
And another person who's been trying to call.
Okay.
Yes, so.
Both on this item?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes.
Excellent. Do you have a name and?
So I have Mark Paletti on the line, who is a resident of the lakeside
Beechwood
area.
Bluffton.
Yes. Mr. Paletti, are you on the line? Oh, just a second. We're going to turn this up so we can hear you. There you are. Mr. Paletti, can you hear me?
Am I ready to talk?
No,
Hi.
you're fine. Go right ahead.
Okay, hi, Mayor and City Commissioners and everyone else. I just want to talk about a story that I can't even believe happened. Right now, I'm trying to save a man's life. He's outside of the homeless shelter, and they have rules about when they let people in and out. And if it's over 35, they're outside. And this man's been out a couple days out of the hospital for exposure, and I'm trying to get help for him. So somehow within whatever we're doing here, I believe we have to come up with some alternative plans or accessory plans, including maybe warming shelters that we can pull into an area that these people that are left, there's a rule when the temperatures get warm enough that they have to leave the shelter, or if people have infractions, they have to leave the shelter, and they're left to their own. And this particular fellow called me. Anyway, he needed a place to stay, and so I had to put him up in a hotel. I'm back in Lansing seeing patients. I can't take care of him tonight. I couldn't take care of him last night. He survived. And I called the shelter, and, they said they were going to do something today. I called him. He's still outside on the bench outside of the shelter. I would hate to have a man die in our city next to the shelter tonight. So there's a lot of problems with our homeless community, and it's not being addressed. There's too many cracks. There's too many people that are vulnerable, and it's too darn cold to be outside. I camp in these temperatures, and I gave him a propane tank. I gave him my down coat. I gave him my down sleeping bags. I've got a tent. We need to open up lands maybe that we can have camping, or these small houses we're talking about erecting for profit. We need to have those for our weak and our needy. This man is disabled. He's on a walker. We have problems. Thank you very much, and I hope we can take this seriously.
Thank you, Mr. Paletti. Appreciate you calling in. Thank you for helping that gentleman. My takeaway is feedback on wanting for us to look at allocating more resources, looking at allocating more resources from the CDBG funds for supports to our homeless and housing insecure population. You had the same takeaway as I did.
Yes, I made a note of it.
Okay. We had someone else calling in?
She's making sure it's for the public hearing.
For the public hearing, okay.
Talking to her right now.
All right. Are there any takers from the audience that wishes to give comment on this as part of this public hearing? Ms. Foster, welcome. Appreciate you joining us, Jackson Home Neighborhood. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
This is kind of a subject that really has been touching my heart, and you all know, because we've been addressing it with folks that I know that are single and working and homeless. They're not doing anything. They just are been gentrified out of our area by the 82 plus people that want Airbnbs. I would like to make a suggestion. I lived out in the state of Wyoming at one time, and we built bunkhouses for single men because they don't require a lot, and they can use community bathrooms, community kitchens. They have their own bedroom. They're working folks. They're not just roaming the streets. They're not just doing anything. They're working with nowhere else to go after work because there's no place for them to live in this whole area. And I think that we have schools we could remodel to put into those kind of situations where people have their own rooms, they have a community bathroom, Some of the schools are designed pretty good for that, and I think probably are still in pretty good shape. But we keep ignoring the fact that this problem is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's not getting smaller. And we're not going to build homes fast enough for the single men and women who have no children, who still work to keep our community clean and fed and all of the things and the industry going. And it's a shame that they pay the most taxes and they get the least out of it. Single people pay the highest taxes and they get the least from them. So as a city, I say, let's consider them to be an important factor in our city. They are paying the most taxes for, for the government taxes that we get back to help this program. So I'm just asking if we could consider them a little more.
Thank you,
And
Ms.
bunk
Foster.
houses are not a bad idea. And I have a pretty good idea how they run. There's people that do take care of them. They keep track of them. They're not just let go, like they're monitored. So I don't see a problem with something like that.
Thank
And we
you,
have
Ms.
plenty of property to put it on.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. Appreciate your input in this public hearing. Was there someone on the phone that still wanted to
Yes.
give comment as part of this public hearing?
Yes, so we have Patsy Petty on the phone who,
Joining us from the Angel neighborhood.
yes, and she would
Welcome,
like,
Ms. Petty.
she'd like to ask more questions of Ms. Carson's programs.
Ms. Carson, good evening, everyone. Hello, Ms. Carson. I would like to ask you some, and I would like to be a part of this and possibly help you to get the news out in the community so we can have more input. And another thing, I noticed you said there would be money for rehabilitation of home. Would there be money in there for new construction for low-income families?
So right now we have funding set aside for development of not new construction but mostly rehab.
I couldn't really hear you. What did you say, hon?
We have funding available for rehab for low income families.
Okay,
So
but
what-
nothing for new construction for low income.
Miss
Okay,
Director
go ahead.
Carson. Miss Patsy Petty, any of your questions?
Yes.
If you could follow up with Director Carson or myself, and I can get you connected with Director Carson for your questions and answers, that might be the most efficient and effective way to address your questions. Are there any additional comments that you wish to make?
I appreciate that.
Do you have any other questions, Ms. Patty?
Comments.
Ms.
Do you have
Patty?
any other comments?
No, that's it at this time.
Comments. Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Miss Patsy Petty. Take care. I don't know why I'm screaming though. But that way I got a microphone
Just
right here.
hollering at
I was like, I can hear you just fine.
All right. Anyone else on the line?
No, there is not.
All right. And I saw your red pen over there, Commissioner Ramsey.
Yes, I was just gonna, Mr. Mayor, because I can't look at the audience, I was gonna suggest that we share with Ms. Foster that she reaches out to our local United Way of the Lakeshore at the end of Clay because they have a program called ALICE, which is Asset Limited Income Constrained but Employed Individuals, and they look specifically at what she was talking to. So if she's looking to get involved, that is a great place for her to start.
Indeed.
Yeah, of course.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Thanks. I am looking at the numbers that we're looking to allocate roughly, because it looks like it's a little more money allocated than we're actually getting. And we have over a quarter of it allocated towards the fire station bond. I know that that has been a historical precedent. I know that that came to be on a different set of circumstances, that it was supposed to be a term commitment. And the funding source that was going to take that over after that commitment is no longer able to do that. That being said, I would still like to look at us phasing a portion of that to a different funding source rather than from the CCBG dollars. For those of you who can't see what I'm looking at, we currently are allocating $236,759 out of a $900,000 allocation to fund the fire station bond. And that's really important that we pay the bond. And I think that we can make a case that that does belong in some part in this asset bucket. But listening to Dr. Paletti, we have a lot of need in this community, and this is a really unique set of dollars that we have the opportunity to use in some really impactful ways. And I have a lot of concerns about us allocating more than a quarter of that to pay a bond on a public asset. So I know Director Grant would die if we had to make that shift tonight, and I'm not advocating for that, but I would like us to look very closely at different ways to fund at least some of that. The commitment that the Citizens District Council made, 15 years ago, has been met. So I would like to see that shifted in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner St. Clair. I will add that I will advocate for that immediately. In the sense that we're about to do our fiscal year budget for the 2023 to 2024 cycle, and now is the time to be making those changes. I see that this is a carryover from the last action plan. It's just a reflection of what we had in the last action plan. But I think now is the time to receive that input, and we did have someone recently address us during public comment advocating for, it was a member of our Citizens District Council, advocating for lessening the use of these funds to finance the central fire station bonds. And as Commissioner St. Clair said, there's a whole history there as to why CBG funds were, used for that and have continued to be used for that. And it was supposed to be passed on to another funding source that's not available. However, in my mind, the original intent of these funds, the primary purpose of these funds, is to serve. There's three different national objectives. One of which is focusing on servicing our low to modest income population. And while a fire station and the financing thereof is an eligible activity, and it serves our entire population, including low to modest income, I would welcome examining, and this is more for our city manager to then speak to, our finance director and our whole organization in terms of budgeting, that I would welcome looking at another formula to determine what's an appropriate cost share from CDBG for the financing of these bonds, and then identifying where we can get the balance of resources needed to finance these bonds, whether it's general fund or elsewhere. But I'd like to see those funds used to serve more of our low to modest income more directly, not necessarily as indirectly with fire protection service, which is a given that we need to provide across our city. One idea, I'm just going to throw that out there. You can take it, you can change it, you can leave it. But one idea is looking at the percentage of what the HUD considers low to modest income, that criteria. Look at what percentage of those low to modest income make up of our city population. And then that could be the percentage. If it's 50%, then 50% of the financing of those bonds could come from. So that's just one idea off the top of my head. But I'm sure you very smart, capable people have other ideas of how we might be able to lessen that burden. And maybe it's not all one fell swoop, because I know Commissioner St. Clair, is absolutely right that our finance director is going to have great heartburn if we dramatically reduce that funding source for those bonds. But if we could look at a new formula and start phasing that in over time, and I personally would like to see action sooner than later, not wait another year. But that's more for, I'm not looking at you, Director Carson, but that input's more for our city manager next to me. But I appreciate the work that you've done with this plan and what you've done with our community neighborhood services. You've really done some excellent work in serving our community in that department.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Vice Mayor German.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Great job, Director Carlson.
Thank you.
And I'm in contact with you quite a bit because I advocate for a lot of the citizens and constituents when it comes to these type of services, and I've been doing it since I've gotten on the commission. Could you talk about the senior millage fund? I know that's something that you didn't mention, but at one time, and do we have funds available from that funding source as well?
Yes, there are funds available. However, the waiting list is closed currently for senior millage because our list is so long. So we've been working diligently trying to get through that list as fast as we can. We also have an issue with contractors. So we have very little. So it takes a little time to get through that list. We're also working to seek more contractors, so we hope that improves over the next year or so. But at this time, the senior millage list is closed.
Okay, and this is something I brought up before. You talked about ways to better serve the homeless population and housing. And at one time, it was a program that that the city did, I believe, that would help people in the community, residents, to help purchase homes that needed to be revitalized or whatever, rehab. And that's something that could actually bridge the gap when it comes to home ownership, I think, to give them a sense of generational wealth, as was mentioned earlier. But a program such as that, I think, would be very essential to our community. The homes that we're building now, that we're saying are affordable, some of them are not even attainable. And you're dealing with populations and demographics that don't make that 75,000 to qualify for a lot of these homes. And I think finding ways to just be creative would help kind of, bridge that gap for potential home buyers, even if they wanted to take on that program. So that's something that I would recommend. Maybe just, being a little creative. I'm not saying you, but the team, and see how we can better assist our community and the homeless population, and possibly, a home buyer. Thank you.
So yes, I have made a note of that as well. I do want to let you know that Jake and I are working together to look at that exact issue. So
Great, that's great. Thank you. You guys always do a good job, so thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor German. We have not closed public hearing, so you can come to the lectern and provide comment as part of the public hearing. We haven't closed it yet. No, there's been no motion. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to really appreciate you, Commissioner St. Clair, for bringing out the fact that this CDBG money is used to pay for a bond, because it doesn't seem like that's the appropriate funding source for paying bonds to begin with. And I would like to know the genesis of how the bond repayment got into the CDBG funding, because you have, like one of the commissioners said, that's 1/4 of the money. And I mean, between paying for the firehouse bond and somebody mentioning building new housing, that you're not going to get a lot of housing built for $1 million. So if you build houses and pay for the bond, that would be probably half of the CDBG money. And then seem like, and this money is already pre-allocated based on what you did last year, this funding, this fire. And I don't think the citizens, is that the Citizens Advisory Council? I don't think they're the ones who initially proposed using this money to pay for this bond. That's why I would like to know how it ever got into that funding source.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins.
Take that one, Ken.
I can give some historical context. This was before any of our time on the city commission. that I don't remember what year it was. I think it was around 2008, 9, around that time. That the city needed to build a new central fire station, and in order to finance it, and if you all may remember, 2008, 2009 was very difficult fiscal times for this city and our nation. And so at that time, the city management had gone to the Citizens District Council and through the Community Neighborhood Services to speak to using CDBG funds to finance the bonds on a new fire station. And the expectation at that time was that in around 2018, so about 10 years, it'd be financed using CDBG funds, but around 2018, that would be able to shift to the Downtown Development Authority to pay for those bonds. There was a hiccup in the DDA revenues that they could capture because the DDA had its own debt that it was paying off, and once it paid off that debt, it was no longer able to capture the full amount of revenue sources going forward, thus undermining its ability to then shoulder this original debt for the fire station bonds. And so regardless of how we fund it, they are general obligation bonds. The city is obligated. We put our full faith and credit to finance these bonds for our fire station. We have to pay for them one way or the other. It's a matter of how we pay for them. And so there was this schedule set up to be using CDBG funds and then trying to transition that to the DDA. They do not have the sufficient resources to absorb that right now. And so it was basically, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, Mr. Manager, but staff's perspective when that couldn't be transitioned was we'll just continue using this from our CDBG funds. It isn't eligible by the federal government. It's considered an eligible activity. Our Citizens District Council, of which I was the commissioner liaison for 8 years, so I'm well aware of conversations around that. I had myself, just like our current commissioner liaison in the Citizens District Council, Commissioner St. Clair, have had some misgivings about the extent to which we use CDBG funds for the Central Fire Station, while recognizing it is a worthwhile and eligible activity. But can we find ways to find other revenue sources to fund the financing and use more of the CDBG funds for what I personally, there's a wide variety of objectives, but I personally would like to see more of that focused on our low to modest income funds. But speaking of personally, so I have spoken on this, Commissioner St. Clair has spoken on supporting this, so that management feels more comfortable in spending time and effort in working with our finance department as well as our community neighborhood services department. Is there additional support on the commission for looking at how do we reduce the need to use CDBG funds for the financing of our fire station bonds? If there is, please speak up.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
All right, well, that's at least 4. If anyone else wishes to chime in on using CDBG funds differently than the full financing of the bonds. Yes, Commissioner Hood, Commissioner Gorman.
I'm undecided right there. I mean,
all right, Vice Mayor German's undecided.
Mr. Mayor, it would be nice if you would explain to our neighbors at home that when we talk about the transference of the responsibility of these funds, that we are not diminishing at all the need for public safety and the buildup of those institutions and infrastructure within our community. It's just about aligning them with the proper buckets of money so that they are better utilized. And so we're not saying that fire stuff and police stuff are not important. Yeah. It's about where the money comes from and how it's better aligned with our budget so that we can capitalize on our resources and be better stewards of our time and money and to our neighbors moving forward. Because there could be some confusion there.
We are not taking a penny away from fire protection services with the shifting. This is just about financing of those bonds, but not a penny is being diverted away ultimately from our fire protection services. Yes. Good clarification. Thank you for that, Commissioner Ramsey. All right. This was a longer public hearing than I anticipated.
Well, Sharonda's fault.
Final call for anyone on the phone?
Nope,
no one? All right, final call for anyone in the audience that wishes to give public comment on this as part of this public hearing. Seeing none. Commissioners, I'd entertain a motion.
Motion to close public hearing, and
that's it.
That's it.
That's it. We're just
support.
Yeah, we're just closing the public hearing. And then could you speak to, I'm sorry, before we vote on that, Director Carson, can you speak to where people can additionally access the plan? And you're going to be having an additional public hearing. Did I read that correctly?
Yes. So you can access the plan online at shorelinecity.com under Community Neighborhood Services. You can also access it at the clerk's office, the public library, the housing commission, and our office as well. And we will be holding another public hearing this Thursday at 9 a.m. I believe it's 9 a.m.
in this room?
Yes,
Commission chambers?
we'll be here again on
All right,
Thursday.
folks, you're welcome to come down to City Hall, 933 Terrace Street at 9 a.m. in Commission Chambers.
Thank you.
And meet with our wonderful staff on this plan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Carson. All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Ramsey, I believe it was, supported by Commissioner St. Clair, to close the public hearing. Roll call, please.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hood?
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor German?
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Commissioner Emery?
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Yes.
Thank you. So that public hearing is closed. Moving on to new business. First up, we have the Parkland Marina Development Agreement Amendment. That's going to be reported out by our city manager. Is there a motion to proceed with discussion and deliberation?
I motion to approve the First Amendment to the development agreement between the City of Muskegon and Parkland Marina LLC, and to authorize the mayor and clerk to sign.
Support. We have a motion by Commissioner St. Clair, supported by Commissioner Ramsey. You guys are quite the duo tonight. Leading the motions and supporting them back and forth. To approve the First Amendment to the development agreement between the City of Muskegon and Parkland Marina LLC and authorize the mayor and clerk to sign. So, Mr. Manager, can you report out and bring us up to speed and our community up to speed as to where we're at with this?
Yes. So we discussed this at the work session earlier this month, and what this does is it clarifies the public access now and after the development was to go forward. So this is related to the sale of property that occurred 2 years ago now, and at that point in time there was still lack of clarity around exactly what public access would look like, even at this current time. So currently the public access is not defined. So this is an effort to make sure that we're defining what that looks like now, and then what it will look like after the development that Parkland Marina is proposing. So as noted, the public access at this point in time today where it sits is not defined. However, the current property owner at Parkland Marina has allowed it to continue as it has been for a number of years. When we first had this discussion, it was back in January, the commission asked me to go through and define several different points to make it a little bit more clear, and that includes specifically designating where handicap parking is, and that on the site plan is near the Terrace Point Marina Clubhouse, which is currently there, 2 spots on the right-hand side of the kind of the walkway into the marina. It provides 2 access points for pedestrians, or sorry, I should say 2 other access points for pedestrians. One kind of coming in from the lake house in front of Shoreline Inn, and then one along the southwest property line that heads out to the water there as well. The original agreement that was in place with SPX did not allow for fishing, did not allow for strollers, did not allow for wagons, and did not allow for bikes. This updated amendment would allow for fishing in designated areas, and does allow for strollers and wagons, and allows for bikes on that southwest sidewalk on the edge of the property. So if this amendment is approved, Parkland will immediately grant the public the right with a license to access the area in the same way as the former agreement. And other than those notes that I put, that I just made light of, the public access would be very, very similar to what has been enjoyed for many years. It also talks about what public access could look like during construction. And in this agreement, it notes that access during the construction period could only be closed for a 30-day period. This may be extended with the approval of the city manager in a reasonable manner. This wouldn't be unlike any other project in the city where we restrict public access during construction. Currently out on Terrace Street here in front of City Hall, we have construction. There's not public access at this point because the road's not there. So if there was to need to be a longer period of time where it's closed, that would have to come through me. Parkland couldn't just decide it was going to be closed for longer. And then what the public access would look like after the construction is complete, which the my computer. Oh, okay, here we go. Sorry. Which I don't know if Ann, can you bring up the attachment A on this one? Or sorry, Exhibit A. My apologies. And so the public access after the construction would be along these areas, which is what I was just talking about. The pink areas are designated for public access out along the pier as it currently exists. The kidney-shaped area at the end of the pier, other than being able to be closed, and that would be the only portion that would be able to be closed temporarily for special events. It's something that actually the hotel and the lake house have done for a number of years now. Back in 2009, I believe, is when Parkland purchased the property. They did make some improvements to the end of the pier at that point in time. Actually, at that point in time is when Parkland learned that they were really in charge of maintaining all of that. So they put some additional pavement out there to make it easier to access and started doing weddings or small parties at that point in time. So they would be able to close that from time to time for something similar to what they do now. In talking with some of the commissioners, I believe that Parkland indicated that they would be willing to restrict that time a little bit more to a specific time period, to about a 3-hour limitation on that kidney area, if that would be more amenable to the commission. Another thing in here is that additional rules, and this is something that was in the original agreement, additional rules could be imposed in this area with the consent of the city manager. This is in that agreement as well. But there was also the proposal since our last discussion to say if these rules do not unreasonably impair public access. And that would be this would be something that Parkland could not do unilaterally. It would be something that would have to come through with the city manager's approval. That's not inconsistent with other things that exist in city charter, city ordinances, and things of that nature, where the city manager has authority to make decisions on operational things that don't necessarily rise into the commission level. Obviously, I report to the commission, or any city manager who's sitting in this chair reports to the city commission. So if there's a decision that I make or any city manager makes that you don't like, you do have options before you in that instance. So that provision is not inconsistent with many other provisions that we have in our ordinances and in the charter. So that's the report out.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. So we got brought up to see the more recent developments. Would legal counsel care to give historical context to this property in question, whether going back from the original dedication to events that have transpired in recent years with the agreement from the prior commission administration for selling this property?
Sure. Let me give it sort of a 1,000-foot view, not a lengthy detailed. We've been here for a while already. When the city of Muskegon and SPX entered into the real estate transactions in the late 80s, there were a number of things that the city received. they came heavily restricted. We received a dedication along the waterfront. It was heavily restricted as to what could be there and what couldn't occur there, notwithstanding people liking fishing on it. Fishing is absolutely prohibited on that spot. Likewise, we received a dedication for ingress and egress, a driveway to it, which also was heavily regulated by then SPX, now Parkland, to the extent that it's Parkland's obligation to maintain it, but likewise Parkland on its own discretion can move that driveway at its expense at any time it wants for any reason. The city would continue to have access to that boardwalk out there, but this concept of this is a permanent, can't be used, it's a permanent easement, not movable, that just isn't the case. Likewise, while the city gave to SPX an easement, and they call it an easement, over a greater piece of property, part of that, what you saw earlier in the description from Mr. McKee, it comes also with limitations that we can't interfere with SPX's, then SPX, now Parkland's use of that property. This was an unusual transaction. It was done for the benefit of both parties. It was a highly contaminated parcel property that needed somebody with SPX's financial abilities to develop this into what we have today, which is a restaurant, a marina, and a hotel. Those didn't exist back then. Moving forward over time, there was a recognition that and your predecessors had discussions about this is an underutilized waterfront property, how better to use it. City staff and city commission recognize that developers don't come in and on day one are in a position to decide everything that's going to go every place with no changes, no amendments that are going to come along, especially in a context where any attempt to undertake construction is going to require other governmental agencies to approve. In this one in particular, probably both Army Corps of Engineer and what then was the DEQ. Parties recognize that, and it is not uncommon, and you see it, and you saw it earlier tonight on the third and fourth amendments to brownfield plans as development keeps moving forward, as developers have additional concepts of what this ought to look like, etc. So it was not a shock to city staff or the commissioners 2 years ago that it would be somewhat loose as to where public access would be. Does that mean there wasn't going to be public access? Absolutely not. But it was a recognition that it had to fit within the development, which at that point in time couldn't be specified. We then come forward a year ago, and we come forward again tonight, and it would not surprise me, it shouldn't surprise you, that as things start getting developed, whether it's on this site, on Harbor 31, on Adelaide Point, that the developers will come back again and say, oh, we've got another idea, we want to do something slightly different, and it's for you to decide is that a good or bad decision. And you will see it on other developments and have consistently.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Schreier. So at this time, given that agreement from that was approved in 2020, signed in 2021, this property is not owned by the city of Muskegon presently, and we have no legal right to public access to that property presently.
Correct.
And so with the amendment that's before us tonight, it
puts that back into place.
Puts public access and adds clarity as to where that public access is, which is reflected in this purplish, magenta, periwinkle, whatever color we want to call it.
Yeah. And adds usages that were prohibited 2 years ago.
So additional uses that were previously prohibited under the XPX dedication. So we see the waterfront walkway retained, and so the parking lot, the pre-existing parking lot, which is there presently, which makes up probably a majority of the total acreage in question, that had encumbrances such that XBX and its successors, which is Parkland in this case, had an easement to, and to such an extent that they essentially controlled the property.
Essentially,
and
yeah.
it was, while it was publicly owned, city owned, it was functionally private.
Yes.
Even with it being city owned, we didn't have a guaranteed public access to that property. The city, as an organization, could access it for things that did not inhibit or impede their operations, their private operations. But that was not a guaranteed public access. No. That was just the city as an entity. Same thing. We have property. Our DPW yards is not publicly accessible. Right. The general public can't just walk about DPW yard. So while that had been city owned, it was not a guarantee to public access. By virtue of it being a commercial operation, it did have public access, but there was no guarantee of having public access despite it being city owned, and because by virtue of that private easement over that property. And then, like you said, the ingress egress could be relocated at XPX or its successors, Parkland's will. So the real thing, and what we hear from folks tonight, and we've heard for a while now, is about public access to the waterfront. And most importantly is that waterfront walkway that we see here that ends with what I guess some people are calling a kidney, or a kidney-shaped endpoint on that pier. And that would be publicly accessible, continue to be publicly accessible with this agreement, with new uses even for that. And then we would have the additional public access on the southwestern sidewalk that goes to the waterfront. Well, I'll concede that is not likely a great fishing spot in terms of that, where we see just that little piece of property. Could be a great viewing spot, but a bench there, I'll concede that may not be the best fishing spot. I'd like to see that new dock going in. Hopefully that comes, and that will be public accessible, and that'll be transient slips. But it'd be nice if we could find a way to, and that's still TBD. Like, there's no guarantee that fishing dock's going in. But if it does go in,
fishing or fuel dock?
No, I'm talking about. I'm sorry, not fishing dock. The shopper dock.
Shopper dock. Okay.
Being able to allow fishing where reasonable from there to enhance. But again, this whole area was not permitted to be fished from per that XPX dedication. But where we can find ways to add more fishing, I certainly would welcome that and support that. But so, and then we're looking at, with this amendment, restoring public access, preserving it into the future, and enhancing, and even expanding to an extent. But, all right. I think I understand it. Commissioners, I think I saw Commissioner Ramsey. Did you want to go first? I saw your red pen earlier.
So I have a lot of things, but I don't think I want to go first because I'm certain that my colleagues are going to cover some of these, and I don't want to monopolize the time. But if no one else is,
Is there anyone else with questions right now for the city manager, or for legal counsel, or for the developer, Parkland Marina? Vice Mayor German.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Attorney Schreier, for that explanation. It did shed some light. Just going back, I believe it was 2001 when this took place, was it? Now,
2021.
2021, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm going way back. Okay. Was there a vote on this item? Because I don't recall voting on this item.
This was voted by the commission in December of 2020, and it was voted unanimously by all 7 members of the commission. And then it was signed into effect by Mayor Gallin in March of 2021.
Okay. And the details that we have now, we didn't know then, so it was kind of vague, and it wasn't as detailed as it is now. So knowing what we know now kind of changes the whole thought of how this came into place. And looking at the decision from the circuit court judge who called this an element of bad faith, that shed some concern, and how this all transpired. I guess as a legal counsel, and your expertise, Attorney Schreier, if a decision is rendered down, handed down by the judge, how do you view that? He refused to toss this lawsuit out,
Yeah.
and what is your take on it? And how serious should this be taken?
The question before the court was based upon our motion. The only thing in front of the court were the pleadings from the plaintiff and briefs by the others. There's no expert witness, there was no testimony, etc., etc. The judge thought that there was enough there to allow the lawsuit to continue. I don't put a whole lot of weight to there's some elements of bad faith. That's going to be subject to a number of witnesses testifying on both sides as to this is not an uncommon thing, that publicly owned land is used for economic development with promises to develop. And the testimony will be, and here are the benefits that municipalities get from development. Likewise, he had a big problem that the quote-unquote consideration was $2. Well, that wasn't the consideration. And consideration in many contracts isn't an exchange of money. It's an exchange of promises. It's an exchange of performances. It's, I'll paint your house if you'll agree to cut my lawn. Well, there's no money changing. It's a promise from two parties to do something. So I'm not all that concerned about some of the language in that opinion. The reality is that if the lawsuit stays alive, and if it's not resolved because of these amendments, and perhaps others, that we will be spending a substantial amount of money, both on lawyers, experts, etc., to convince the court that no, this wasn't done in bad faith. This was a good deal. Here is the benefits to the municipality, etc., etc. That's where we're going. That's probably a couple-year type process. It is questionable what happens in the next 2 years as to whether development occurs or doesn't. And we have had the conversation at other times with other matters, as we did with the mall, when the city got sued for the same thing, and the city prevailed, and the case was thrown out, and the Court of Appeals agreed with the circuit judge that there's no basis for that on the mall. The same sort of thing, that you send a message also to developers. You know, can I deal with a city? Do I know that they're going to stand, if they give me permission, et cetera, do I have a comfort level that that's going to continue? Or with a change of a commission, suddenly I'm no longer welcome. That's not a quantifiable. You're not going to find people that will stand up and say that, but that becomes the reality, much like any of us would. If I don't have faith that the other person's going to do what they say, am I interested in entering into an agreement to do that?
Okay.
Because back on my hypothetical,
right?
You know, I've already painted your house. But I don't have any faith you're really going to cut my grass, or vice versa.
Yeah.
So I'll let you have follow, but
Go
just want to. So the crux of the city's motion for summary dismissal, and that was what the judge's opinion or response was to that motion for summary dismissal. Essentially, the crux of the judge's ruling was that the plaintiff, in this case, had standing to sue because they're a municipal taxpayer. That was essentially the crux. It wasn't necessarily, that they are going to win, in their case. It's just they have standing to sue the city on this element, and they didn't have to be a resident to sue. By virtue of being a municipal taxpayer, they could sue the city. That's essentially the crux of the judge's ruling on our motion for summary dismissal. Okay, just wanted to get clarity and understanding on that. Vice Mayor German, follow-up?
Yeah, yes. Okay, and thank you, Attorney Schreiber, for that another explanation. Given the fact that that's the case in the argument, and this is still ongoing with the legal battle with the city and the dock mark, right? Okay, so, and to the work that our manager, Cypher, has done to make it possible for public access, because you wasn't here at that time when this decision was made, and I commend you on the work that you've done. I'm not at that comfort level because of the legal situation. And I really take seriously the ruling of the judge, because evidently there was some finding, and I don't know where this could go. You know, like you said, Attorney Shire talked about extensive funding for legal battles, and I'm just not there to make a decision to move forward with this amendment. But again, I commend you and your work that you've done, and I just kind of feel bad for you because you come into a situation, you know, that was where you have to do damage control, you know, and that's what it seems like to me. So that's just my take on it. Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jeremy.
Yeah.
Did I see you, Commissioner Hood?
Yeah.
You wanted to...
My question is, okay, you spoke on what would happen if we push through, and no, if we waited, and it'd be more and more legal fees. Okay, so if we approve it and go through with this, and the court case is going on, we're still going to have more and more legal fees. And what happens if, just per se, if we go on and then the city loses? Then what happens?
I guess 2 comments. May I?
Yeah, please. That was a question for you, not me.
2 comments. The amendment in front of you tonight is attempting to address concerns raised by the commission and also concerns raised by the court. So the court will be asked again to dismiss the lawsuit based upon this amended agreement. That this amended agreement should satisfy the court concerns about, is there adequate consideration, is it a fair trade, etc. Okay? If the judge says, nope, I still want to see 1, 2, and 3, we'll make a decision, and Parkland will make a decision as to whether or not to do another amendment. Should, at the end of the day, for whatever reason, the court sets aside that transaction from 2020, we go back to what was there before that, which is a driveway that Parkland can move, a boardwalk that it has limitations as to how it can be used, which to date neither party has really enforced, but they are the restrictions. It's what we committed to back in the 90s, in the 80s, and we certainly have potential exposure to relative to Parkland. I don't really want to tell Parkland how to bring that case or what the issues are or the theories, but this is not a, we might be done, but we may not be.
Could you maybe expound on that exposure part so folks know what you mean by exposure?
And we were certainly concerned when taxpayers sued the city trying to undo the mall transaction, that the developer, which was a gentleman out of Chicago, and it changed hands several times, would in fact turn around and sue the city that that the court has essentially voided those agreements, and we were looking at a significant dollar amount potential. Whether it would come or not, no one knew.
Thank
you. We know, for instance, Parkland has spent money to date. And whether they will continue to spend money over the next couple of years while litigation is occurring, I don't know.
Yeah. And I believe it's reflected in the addendum, or
I believe that dollar amount was
over
reflected. I forgot.
100,000
Yes.
has been spent to date by Parkland Properties as a result of the agreement that had previously been approved. So that's the potential exposure you're speaking of.
Yes.
Do you have follow-up, Commissioner Hood?
No.
Any other questions for legal counsel or city manager at this time? Any questions for the developer at this time.
Oh,
I have
take her.
a lot.
Commissioner Gorman, please.
Thank you. Well, we heard tonight how this was an unusual transaction from SPX to the city, and it continues to be an unusual transaction. So I do have several questions about the current amendment, but I'm going to start with my disclosures so everyone knows where I'm coming from when I'm looking at this. And I want to say thank you to our city manager and to Parkland Properties for all the engagement in the last week to help clarify some of the questions I had as we move forward in this. But I want to mention that when I'm looking at this, I very seriously am thinking about who is in positions of powers 3 city managers from now, who will succeed Mr. Rook someday as owner of Parkland Properties. And I would encourage the other commissioners to maybe view this in that mindset of removing the professional and personal relationships we have with people right now and the trust we have when we're looking at this, and to view the amendments this way. So just going in order of how this is laid out, I do have, like I said, a few questions about this, so I'm just going to start with section C1. And I guess, Mayor, I don't know if you would prefer me to ask my question, get an answer, and then continue on, or just go
Yes,
through.
let's
Okay.
address them individually as we go. So let me catch up to where you're at in this agreement, so I'm following along.
So, yep, in the section C about public access in section C1.
And maybe we could also, if it's possible, get it on screen.
Yep, I'm working on it.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, if you want to go ahead with your...
Sure.
Well, let's wait a second until we get it
Okay.
on screen so that folks at home see it as well.
Thank you. Okay, so we are specifically calling out and obligating Parkland Properties to invest $250,000 on property accessible to the public. I'm just curious about, well, let me see, the inclusion of a gas dock and how the gas dock can be part of this $250,000 investment is curious to me, in that I viewed the obligation of the $250,000 as an investment to the general public, and I view the gas dock as an opportunity for a select portion of the general public. And that is my interpretation of how I read this, and I have had a chance to talk to Mr. Rooks about that. So that gives me pause. But I guess then more broadly, I need to understand why we're calling out the $250,000 as part of the deal, if that's to show goodwill on the development or if there's something else. So that's question number 1.
I think the $250,000 is just to call out some of the investment that the property owner is making in the property, and that the gas dock in general is in there currently. I think Muskegon only has 2 gas docks on Muskegon Lake. When you look at other communities, they have a higher number of those. I think if you look down at Spring Lake and Grand Haven, there's 6 or 7 between the 2 communities. Because that is, and there's nothing on the east side of the lake, and so because that is publicly accessible to anybody who has a boat, that I believe is why Mr. Rooks was calling, or the Parkland Properties was calling.
And I respect that. I just feel like we've heard from the public even tonight, a desire for some kind of study to understand like the capacity of boats on Muskegon Lake. And so I do understand that we do only have 2 gas docks now. We could probably infer that we will need more, but it would just be nice to hear the demand from the public and those that have boats, that this is needed. And again, not everybody has a boat. I don't have a boat. So I don't know if it's in good faith to say this is a general public amenity that everybody benefits from. So that's just me. Okay. In section C2, I have a lot in this section. So first, just starting, this references the existing dedication. Will there be a public dedication still enshrined in the deed?
Basically, I think the question is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is what instruments are we going to use to codify this in the future so that this public access is there and is not at risk, because some people feel like it was put at risk, understandably so, despite it being previously dedicated. And so there's a presumption that that dedication was going to carry forward in perpetuity, forever. So I think the question is,
correct,
what instruments will we be using to codify that, to preserve that public access in true perpetuity?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna.
Don't jump all at once.
Well, I was gonna say, so the in C2, it says the public access will be limited by the same permitted activities, but then there was a slight expansion of that as the dedication recorded February 27th, 91, and then it gives the library and where it's located in the record in the county records. And then talks about the expanded use. So I think by the commission and Parkland approving the amendment, it's going back to show that this is what that access is.
And certainly this document can be recorded. I suspect it will be recorded.
Okay.
Likewise, in looking forward, may there be additional documents that come along and further articulate where the easements are going to be, etc. Very possible.
Okay.
And we're not in a position to do those today.
Right.
And I don't know if this is this version or the prior addendum or amendment that spoke to, as part of the site plan approval process, that's when the instruments for codifying the public access will be. Those instruments for public access will be codified.
So that was in the previous agreement, and the commission wasn't comfortable with waiting until the site plan review process, which is why Exhibit A, which has the pink areas on it and the kidney shape, was defined in this is where the public access will remain, which along the pier and the kidney shaped area is largely the same as it is today.
Okay, so that's reflected in here, and I would suggest. This isn't specific to this property, but we as a city and we as a commission, in concert with staff and legal counsel, review how we handle public access, waterfront public access, whether city owned, privately owned with public easements, how we handle it in the future to strengthen protections and preservation of that within the framework of our zoning and regulatory powers. So I think that's something that we need to pursue.
Yes. Cool.
Yes. Commissioner Gorman.
Thank you. The next question I have has been addressed, but I did want to mention in this section, towards the end of this section,
the
briefly, yes, city manager. We talked about this a lot, and Mr. Rooks was very receptive to this. I had just really wanted to define what the word briefly means in the context of this, because I think what I think of as briefly is not the same as others. So I believe we had talked about not to exceed 3 hours, and I felt that that was reasonable, but also had not been discussed with everyone else. So,
so do you want to, because we would need to make that change
Yes.
and amend. We don't need to make the amendment right now, but if we can, since we're open discussion right now, if you'd like to discuss amongst the commission your thoughts on adding that language, the qualifier, there can be no disruption to that kidney shape, not the waterfront walkway, but the end of the walkway, that what's being referred to as kidney shape, whether a limitation of no more than 3 hour disruption to that isn't appropriate additional language.
well, and then, I mean, specifically, so yeah, defining what briefly is, and then I even wondered defining what the summer is, because that's also within the same sentence as well.
Yes.
The strict definition of summer.
Meteorological summer,
Yes.
the calendar summer.
Right.
We could define those dates, because that's what this amendment is, but relative to the prior one, is more refinement, more
Correct.
clarity, more detail,
Correct.
which is helpful. And the visual age is really good with that exhibit. Yes, so people can see it as well as read it. So, on the briefly, as the commission, if an amendment, like,
If it was briefly, meaning not to exceed 3 hours. I don't know, 2 hours. I don't.
I would be interested in hearing what our other public parks limitations are, reservations are built around. I don't need to hear it right now.
Oh,
no, I
okay.
think that's
Well, no,
appropriate
I think
timing.
that's-
Okay, great.
okay.
How
Come on.
how our city parks now can be reserved,
Right,
and
and
to what
seasonally,
extent?
I mean, in my head, to support Commissioner Gorman, it's the same.
Yeah.
Because as someone so eloquently said, at one of these meetings before, let's not forget that our parks can be reserved.
Right.
And this poor kidney. I mean, I thought my kidneys had it bad.
I can't even see the kidney.
So, I apologize for pointing at you, Dan. As
all right.
opposed to just inviting you up.
Director Vanderhyde, if you could shed some light and context around the city's parks and current reservation policy.
Sure. So if you go to the city's website and you go into the Parks Department, there's a link to an external website that we use. It's a service that we pay a small fee for that manages our parks reservations. You're able through that system to reserve pavilions and other various spaces in parks throughout town. That includes our two community buildings, the McGrath Park Community Building and the Smith Ryerson Community Building. As well as I said, many pavilions and other areas throughout the park system. A few examples are the pavilions at Margaret Drake Elliott Park, those at Cruzy Park, those at, I believe Amont is on there, Bucama's is new, and I'm not sure that it's on there yet, but it should be. There are some things that are reservable that are not, pavilions. For example, you can propose a special event in Hackley Park, and that gives you exclusive rights to the park for a period of time or a portion of the space. You can request or make application for a special event and host your wedding on a portion of the Pere Marquette Beach near the north end of it. Various other things are reservable, and special events would allow you to propose, the use of other portions of the city that aren't even currently reservable if staff and the commission felt that was appropriate.
Are there time blocks that are preset, and are those time blocks limited? So let's pretend that Rachel and I want to get married. Commissioner Gorman and I want to get married at this poor kidney, and we
That's how he married me already.
Right. And I want to have my all day. Obviously, if that's an all day thing, right? And so, what are those parameters? Because wouldn't it be a kick in the pants if someone found a loophole to block access to our neighbors for the entire weekend of a beautiful 4th of July because they wanted to have a great party out there? And no shade to the party thrower. But how are we instituting systems of accountability around this property so that we truly have access to it and that access is equitable? Because Mr. Rooks has just as much access to that property equitably as Leah does, right? As I do, as Rachel does. So what are the systems of accountability that make the access equitable? It seems like I'm hollering at you, and I'm not. I'm hollering at him.
I can take it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
The reservation system offers specific to some of the items, blocks of time as you suggested, the morning, the afternoon, or you can reserve all day. But that is the maximum, is a single day.
It's one single day. Love that.
And I think they're 4-hour blocks. I believe this is like 9 to 1 and.
I believe you're right. I believe
It's
that
4 hours.
the
Yeah, it's 4-hour blocks.
There's a morning, afternoon, and evening, or all day. My apologies.
I would never speak for this young woman because she'll take me out at the knees. But that's what we were talking about, right? Is that we just need to understand those definitions because they give us. We've heard things just in this conversation about how we're not in a position to, or public access is undefined. So what it's going to take for us to turn the corner is going to be the definition of those things laid out. I support Mr. Rooks and this property. I think that this is a great opportunity. But so much is undefined, and for those of us who sat on that commission and were there and remember the vote, we don't feel good about it. And I think that This property deserves to be developed in a way that serves everyone here, those that are coming to visit and those that live. But now I've commandeered Commissioner Gorman's time, and that was not my point because I have my own.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. But I think that this is an appropriate context to discuss when we're talking about what is brief potential reservation of a portion of that waterfront walkway. How does that compare to our current city policy?
And the dates of rental, of reservation, right? If it's March 21 to January, November 21, whatever summer is. Like, put that in there. Give us something to rail against. Because we, like our neighbors, have taken this situation and made the worst out of it in our brains because we're terrified. We, like our neighbors over at Jackson Hill, who had their farmers market and the center of their community taken away, and were promised something better and have yet to receive it, are upset. Not at anyone in particular, but it puts you in a freeze because you don't know how to move forward.
Yes.
And in this case, from what I'm hearing with regard to the 3-hour block and the limitations of the summer season, which I think we need to clearly define the start and end, but presumably summer's a 3-month period. And that 3-month period and the 3-hour limitation is more restrictive than current city policy for reservations of our park properties, because we have a wider period and more hours. But do you have something to add,
Yeah,
City Manager?
and I would also like to add that the property is currently being used for weddings. And so this is a current state that exists. And so just FYI.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Commissioner,
could you?
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hood.
Could you repeat that, Mr. Manager?
Yes. The Parkland and the Parkland properties through the Shoreline Inn and the Lake House are currently using that kidney-shaped space at the end of the pier for weddings. So they do, I don't know how many they hold out there annually, but they do from time to time hold weddings out there. And that piece of the pier was redone or enhanced, or however you want to say it, by Parkland property.
Mm-hmm.
And after they did that is when weddings started to be held out there.
So, just to, before we move on, is there, given Commissioner Gorman's, questions and concerns with regard to limitations, is there a comfort level with the commission to use a start and end date for summer, and to do an hour limitation? I mean, it was suggested 3 hours. Is there a comfort level with 3 hours limitation, or this is?
Let's not forget that Mr. Rooks has to have equitable process in this as well. And so if we're saying that the rest of our parks can be rented for 4 hours with a 1-day maximum from this date to this date, offer it to this man too. He put the damn thing together, made it better, right? He gets equitable access as well. That's what it's about. It's not about taking from Mr. Rooks so that we can have, but also we can't take from us. I'm a little bit passionate about it. My apologies.
I would say if the property owner is willing to restrict it to 3 hours and only 3 months, I will take that. Versus 5 months. Yeah, I know, but the document said summer.
Well, that's why we should define what summer.
Summer is not a 5-month
or
period.
like what the wedding. I don't know. Yes.
Case in point.
So now we need clarity there, and that would align with the city policy then in terms of the season, because it is typically May through September for the city reservation system for our park, right?
Yeah.
Somewhere around, I don't know the exact dates. It's May to September. Maybe it goes into October.
I'm honestly not sure.
Deborah Sweet would know. She's
of the
texting me
dates
right now.
correctly. I can tell you that from a weather perspective, I'm sure it's no more than May through September.
Yeah, because I think the reservation system stops at a certain time. It's in the fall. Do we have input, answers?
Happen to know the calendar dates of reservation.
The system shuts down and stops you from making reservations. Like mid to late September.
Okay, thank you so much, Deborah.
Okay. Well, in that case, there's a suggestion by Commissioner Ramsey to have the restrictions for the intermittent restrictions for the use of the kidney to align with city policy, which would be the dates of our reservations. It sounds like it aligns with what the developer was originally intending to do, which is in May to September, and then there'd be a limitation of no more than 4 hours. Now, we typically do not get into the weeds and on agreements like this to the same extent, and necessarily are renegotiating to this extent from the dais, but as there's a lot of interest in this and there's a lot of questions and concerns, and we're working through some of them, and I think it's appropriate that we look at the further refinement of language. So there is no wishy-washy, understanding is more clearly defined. But I'm just trying to move the process along. I don't know if you have any additional thoughts on that, Commissioner Gorman. If you want to return to that item of the summer season and the hour, what constitutes briefly.
Didn't we just decide or
I
propose? Sorry, yeah.
I mean, I know Commissioner Ramsey.
Yeah.
Are you?
I'm
do
support
you
that.
align with what Commissioner Ramsey has presented?
Yes, I align.
Before I go on to any other commissioners, I think Mr. Manager wants to chime in.
I'm wondering if a more succinct way to change this would be the right to have ceremonies or events consistent with city park policy, because that's the 4-hour block, not the 3-hour block, and then it would have the same season. So then it, as to Commissioner Ramsey's point, is equitable with our other public spaces.
Yeah, not consistent, but replicating, matching, exactly the same would be some great language.
So, and it was a little bit more flexible than I think what was originally. I don't know. I mean, it's just an idea.
I get, so this is my personal perspective, I get the intent for that, and it seems very, very reasonable on first blush. It adds some complexity in terms of, I guess it's not too complex, but it adds some complexity to the property owner to consistently make sure they're knowing what the city policy is at the same time. So if we could, I guess my preference would have it be clearly defined in this agreement, rather than just whatever the city policy is at the time, because the city policy can continuously change. And also, I personally don't like saying you can have the whole day.
Oh.
I don't like.
Yeah.
It'd be nice, but that's just my thoughts. Granted, we still would have access to the waterfront walkway, just not the kidney. But if the developer is willing to limit it to, is agreeable, not willing, is agreeable to a limitation of 3 hours, I personally say go for it. But if commissioners feel more comfortable with 4 hours or more, it's a consensus of this commission. We act collectively how we move forward. Sometimes it can be difficult to find that consensus or time consuming, but we'll get there because
it's what we do.
It is what we do. So, yeah, you had something to add, Director Vanderhyde.
I do not have clarity on the extent of the season, but I do have clarity on the time frames that we allow rentals for the majority of our parks facilities. In the context of this discussion, I'd like to point out that in some cases special events may have things outside of these hours, but the slots are 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. That's option 1. 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. That's option 2. And 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. or the whole day is option 3.
So we're looking at 7-hour blocks now.
Yeah. I'm sorry, again, I'm going to go back to equitable access. I would be 100% okay with it. Copy and paste from our website to this agreement that says everybody, including Mr. Rooks, can do this for this time at this place for this long.
One caveat or something to add for your consideration is that when the city makes those reservations, the city is getting a benefit from the reservation. They're getting compensation. And typically it's not the entirety of a particular, well, I guess if it's a building, it can be the entirety of a building or a pavilion. But we're getting some compensation for it, some consideration. So in that regard, I don't necessarily think we need to have exact parity between our policy and what we're saying with this particular kidney at the waterfront walkway. So I just wanted to add that additional context.
That's valid. Thank you.
Commissioners, anything else to add? I mean, I don't think we have consensus right now, so I don't know on this point of how do we modify this. So I guess you guys can reflect on it. We can move on to Commissioner Gorman's other questions. But Commissioner Ramsey?
Do you have more questions?
Yeah.
Yes, then go for it, because
we haven't got
ticking them off.
Yeah. Okay, moving on. In this section, there are 2 instances where the word may is used that I also have questions about, similar to the word briefly. So, Parkland may work with the city to establish safety limitations to minimize the likelihood of injury or death. Does this mean that it would not be obligated to because of the word may is used and not shall? And again, I'm thinking of owners, 2 owners from now. Sorry.
So, well, I guess so. The way that I read that as a city administrator is Parkland with the city. So it's not something that they could do unilaterally, and it's also so it would have to be with the advice and consent of the city manager, administrator, whatever you want to say in that instance. But they could not do it without us, without our approval or advice in that instance. The may in this instance, and I'm not an attorney, so I might defer to legal counsel, is that those additional restrictions could be implemented, not that they would have to be implemented. So I think that may is giving me or the city the flexibility to work with the property owner. And I believe that's also language that was in the original agreement.
I'm sure it was.
Yeah. Am I interpreting that correctly?
That's how I interpret it.
Okay.
So,
2 parties can agree.
Respectfully, what I heard though is I think that means, not I know that means.
Yep.
Well, the way I'm reading it as your city administrator is that's how I would interpret it as your administrator. And
your concern is with the word may itself?
Correct.
Yep.
What alternative would you think would be appropriate?
Isn't shall the legal term that should be used? Or
well,
will?
So I have a question, and maybe it's one step further for definition, Commissioner Gorman. Parkland, comma, with the city, comma, may impose safety limitations, meaning, so the intent of the statement is that Parkland and the city, in partnership, will impose safety limitations on public access that minimize the likelihood of injury or death. It seems pretty straightforward to me. But I think that where the question becomes confusing for us is the statement becomes confusing. Is that the word may isn't surrounded by either other grammatical correctness or is not the correct word because it doesn't say that it's going to be a thing that indicates partnership. Like that they can't do it on their own and neither can we. That we have to come together to do it. It's saying we may or may not prevent people from dying. Right? That's how we read it. That's how the public reads it. Can you imagine if John Rooks was not a good man and we're trying to cart people across that boat launch and he says, well, it's up to the city if they want to close it. I would say that we do it, but knowing that that's going to make neighbors mad, right? So now the city has to say, oh no, leave it open and let the people get hit by boats. So where's the definitive and declarative language that says this is the process we're going to do with Parkland to keep people safe?
Yeah. So, in my reading of this, where it says, in the highlighted portion, Parkland with the city may impose safety limitations on the public access that minimize the likelihood of injury or death if they do not unreasonably impair public access. Parkland may also impose other rules approved by the city manager. In the whole of that, it indicates that they may exercise that right in concert with the city manager. You could change it to can impose, but I don't see that any more definitive because may is not a requirement that you must. You may do so if there are safety limitations to be imposed without impeding public access, and it's in concert with our city manager.
And just for further response on that, looking at some of our ordinances, this happens to be a water ordinance. The City Commission may make such rules and regulations governing the operation of the system and the collection of the service rates as it shall deem necessary. The city manager may make such further bylaws not inconsistent with the rules and regulations of the City Commission, and he may deem necessary for the management and protection of the system. So may is is terminology that we have in our ordinances that gives the city administrator flexibility. It's not inconsistent with what we have in other ordinances and in ordinances in this instance. So
in this instance, I'm comfortable with the use of may here. Now, if it said Parkland may provide public access, and that's an open question of whether they would or wouldn't, that would be problematic for me, and I would want must provide or shall provide, like something more definitive. But in this, I just from my personal perspective, I'm comfortable with the use of mays here.
When you look at the word, how may is used in the next sentence, Parkland may impose other rules approved by the city manager. Are they... Does that mean the property owner would not be obligated to, though, if you're looking at it the other way?
So, like, you're asking if, say, as the city manager, if I were to approach Parkland or a future property owner to suggest a, sorry, I just lost that line. May impose rules, other rules approved by the city manager. So, if the city manager was to make a proposal and they didn't agree that they wouldn't have to, is that what you're asking?
Well, no. The next sentence, city manager shall notify the commission. That is a very, definitive, the city manager will tell the city commission of any new rules. Parkland may also impose other rules approved, but they don't. They are not obligated. Hold on.
But I think, so, in my opinion, if it was to say Parkland shall impose other rules, it's saying that we don't think that there's sufficient rules in place right now, and that they need to impose those. Then the city manager would have to approve those. So it's giving the flexibility here that if new rules do need to be imposed, that they have to be with the city manager's approval, and Parkland cannot do that, or a subsequent property owner cannot do that without the city manager's approval, which is also consistent with other things that we have in ordinance where city manager, and I'm not talking me city manager, I'm talking any city manager, has the authority to do those things. And then that if the city manager does things, the city manager shall notify the commission of those new rules. So once those new rules are in place, whatever city manager is sitting here does not have a choice but to inform you. But saying that Parkland shall also impose other rules and regulations, I think presupposes that there needs to be other rules and regulations. And so, yeah.
Okay.
That's just that's just how I'm reading it as your city administrator.
Any follow up on that, Commissioner Gorman?
No.
Any other follow up on that particular topic? All right.
Okay.
Proceed, Commissioner Gorman.
Sorry. Actually, no, I'm not sorry. This is what we're here for. Okay, last sentence. No building permit will be issued for the project until a new public access instrument is approved by the city and executed and recorded. What? Can someone explain what would happen in the instance that Parkland does not end up with approval for a building permit? What happens in that scenario?
Can you repeat the last part of that, Commissioner?
So, no building permit will be issued for the project until a new public access instrument is approved by the city and executed and recorded. So if a building permit, sorry, I'm reading what I wrote earlier. What would happen in the instance that Parkland does not end up with approval for a building permit? Would the property still be transferred, and would there be no public access?
Well, I think in this you're talking about if this amendment's not approved.
No, if this amendment was approved.
Okay. So if this amendment is approved, the public access is restored to what it was prior to the sale.
Okay.
So if no building permit were to be issued, I think the status quo remains is how I would understand it. So it's not saying that the public access instrument is predicated on the building permit being issued. It's saying the building permit will not be issued until the public access instrument is approved. So the public access has to be defined before a building permit.
And just to add to that, the section 3 speaks to Parkland immediately grants the public the right and a license to use the same areas of the property which were formerly authorized to be used under the dedication in the same manner previously allowed by the terminated dedication until Parkland commences construction of its improvements to the property. These licenses are depicted on Exhibit B. Parkland also agrees to allow the pushing and pulling of strollers and wagons as permitted uses under the license, because previously that had been prohibited under the dedication. And then once Parkland commences construction, the public access shall be moved to the areas described in paragraph 2. So, just to reiterate what the manager was just saying, in the event that the project does not permit and does not happen, if this amendment has been approved and codified and in effect, then the rights and licenses granted by virtue of this amendment carries forward, and we will still have public access. In the event right now this amendment does not get approved and the project is not permitted, it's at their discretion presently because they own the property, but this is what would restore and grant that public the right and license to use. Do any commissioners have any other questions on that point? Follow up? All right. Commissioner Gorman.
That's all I had.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect timing, Commissioner Ramsey. We just wrapped up with Commissioner Gorman.
I didn't even see you leave the room.
Well, lucky did you? Okay, so I have a couple. So first of all, Mr. Rooks, thank you for being here tonight. I know that this has become a labored process, but it's labored in the best way possible. It is not lost that we are in the best possible space to be having these conversations, and lucky to be a part of them. Can I have the map, Madam Clerk, with all the periwinkle lines and that poor, poor kidney, which is not actually the shape of a kidney, so... Come on, Muskegon Public Schools! So I still have an issue with the boat crossing. I think that there is an issue where we say where the two purple lines meet the closest. If we think that there's going to be boat crossing there with a huge scissor lift boat forklift thing and 30-foot boats, that's not safe. I'm not comfortable with that. That to me, and also that diminishes the public access that we are so graciously being provided. I understand that. I also want us to stop having narrative around how this amendment returns everything to the original SPX agreement, because it does not. But I do understand where we're going. I think that sometimes we use language and then we see images like the one with all the yellow highlight that confuse people, me, Michael Ramsey, to say these are not the same. You know, and it's okay for them to not be the same, but we don't need to feel like we're trying to make people think that they are. And that's okay. So the boat crossing is an issue to me because if people are supposed to be able to walk across there, it needs to be purple, and we need to talk about safety measures because that's a huge liability and a big deal. I'm glad that we were able to work through the time at the kidney because I think that that's important. I think the gas pump is kind of is not public access, but I understand. So maybe we do a study. I don't want to pay for a study. Not that I don't like paying for studies, but I don't want to pay for this study. But we also made the comment that in Spring Lake and Grand Haven, they have more of these. Grand Haven also hosts a campground that is made of asphalt over my dead body. So I don't desire to be either of those places. But if we could serve our people better, and a gas dock is that, I understand. I'm not a fisherman nor a farmer. We've decided in the last 2 meetings. I have an issue with building clearance. So with this sad $5-foot sidewalk that we also boast about being able to hold strollers and bikes and fishing and all of this in 5 feet, get over yourself, right? Like that's not a thing. So, but it also says in the way that I read it, that there's the 5-foot sidewalk and then a 5-foot clearance before a building goes up. So I'm not engaging in arguing with Mr. Rooks, but Mr. Rooks, how tall is your boat storage? Like, how many feet tall is that wall?
Mr. Rooks, if you could come to the lectern.
Hi, Commissioner Ramsey. To your question.
Can you just identify yourself?
John
and your
Rooks,
organization, please?
Parkland Properties. The address here is 750 Terrace Point Boulevard. The height of the building at the end closest to where you're talking about is 30 feet tall, I believe, and it steps up to 45? Yeah, I think that's about
In
right.
the middle. Okay, perfect. Thank you for sharing that. So this is not to criticize the building that's going there, but let's pretend that our partner to the directional below also puts up a 40. Thank you. Also puts up a 40-foot building. We have now created this Grand Canyon of public access. You're not going to see that from the street. And granted, with public development or with economic development on public property, those views can be infringed upon anyway. But never should it be a 5-foot wide sidewalk that says, "Come and look at the beautiful lake that we live on." Those are not the same. So I have an issue with that, with the amount of dedicated space clearance before the building. And I think that as we have these conversations, we've also mentioned a couple times, and I'll close with this. We've also mentioned a couple times that if we just, when we get there, when the public access is defined, when we are in a position to do so, things like that, and to really paraphrase for my neighbors, I think that our actions around this need to be intentional, that we need to show that we can come to an agreement as to what this can look like, because we have a big, big lake, and it's not going dry. And so while this property was promised to us by SPX indefinitely, until the lake dries up, we see that there's need for development. And as Commissioner Gorman so eloquently put it, that it's not the development that we decide today. It's a development that someone's children, not mine, thank God, will ultimately decide. And how are we continuing to uphold the $80 million worth of work that went into cleaning our lake in the first damn place? And so I think that the actions around this are not meant to discourage business, and I don't like that narrative. And that they are not meant to tell people, don't come and work with us, that we're hard to get along with. No, we spent a lot of hard time cleaning up what no one else wanted. And now here we are, so proud of what it is, and we want to share it with everyone in the way that is best for the most people. So we need to act intentionally around this and use Mr. Rooks as a star example of a partner that can help us have economic development to rebuild our tax base so that we don't have potholes in our roads and allow access to our beautiful amenities. Do not lose this on us. It doesn't have to be one way or the other. It's going to take some time, and that's okay. But the better that you can define these things and we move forward, the shorter these conversations become. I rest my case. I'm also not a lawyer. I'm not a farmer or a fisherman or a lawyer. That's all.
Excuse me. No remarks from the audience, please. There will be additional public comment at the end of the night. Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. Yeah, with regard to the comparison of the maps and what was yellow, I agree they're not the same.
No,
because
and it's okay, right? Shore to shore or whatever.
Well, they're not the same because the yellow map does not reflect public access.
Right.
The yellow map was incorrect in its representation. So it's one thing to be mindful of that is not the same because we're not operating from a factual map reflecting the yellow public access. So I just want to clarify.
No, but I think that's case in point, because if I don't understand that, how is anyone else supposed to understand that? And I get this 900-page packet a week before the rest of you. So, how does that happen? So how are we just, again, making that narrative consistent and digestible with our neighbors?
Yes, Mr. Manager.
I guess, so one of the things that I just wanted to comment on from what Commissioner Ramsey said, and thank you, good comments. But the one thing I wanted to clarify was that when we talk about returning it or being similar to the SPX dedication, is that the immediate condition, if this is approved, goes back to what the SPX was, and that's how that's reflected here. And that, yes, at the end it'll look different, which was one of the questions from the last meeting the January meeting that we had when we went through this, was to try to define this further on what this access would look like, and that's what the purple areas are. Yes, so they are different at the end, but when we say returning it to the SPX, that's in the current state. prior to development. I apologize if I was unclear on that.
That's okay. Thanks for mansplaining that to me, Jonathan. No, I think that you are completely correct. And anything that we can do to further clarify is important to me because it's important to our neighbors. And if I'm giving misinformation, I'd rather walk on my lips. So I want to make sure that while this process is labored, it's fruitful.
Yeah, indeed. Absolutely. Commissioner Hood.
So, what was incorrect about the yellow map?
Well, that map was not a map provided by the city.
So that makes it incorrect?
Well, no, I'm just explaining that it was not a map in our packet, nor was it generated by the city. However, that map that was reflecting all the yellow, that was not all public access. As was explained previously, the totality of the property encompasses essentially three parts: the parking lot, the ingress egress, and the waterfront walkway. The waterfront walkway is the public access that continues and is required, and ingress egress is also to that waterfront walkway. The parking lot did not have a guaranteed public access to it. That had an easement by XPX and its successors that restricted use to it for their benefit. And right now it is only accessible by virtue of it being a commercial entity operating, and there are laws around being able to access a public-facing commercial entity, but there's no legal right outside of that. That could change, and there'd be no legal right to public access there. So it's a bit of a misrepresentation to say that the entirety of that property in question was public access. That's all I wanted to clarify on.
So that property, the parking lot, is not public access?
There's no legal right in the dedication for that to be publicly accessible.
So basically, it's neither or. It's not public access, but it's not. That's what I'm not understanding.
It was up
so
to.
So basically, it's nothing saying that it can't be public access.
It was up to XPX and its successors to determine access to that property. Despite it being city-owned, in the original dedication, it was up to XPX and its successors as to who could access that. Now, the city, as a municipal entity, could access it, but that did not guarantee public access, which a city as an organization could access it, as long as the city's access did not impede or disrupt the easement holders' activities.
Okay.
Commissioner St. Clair.
I don't have any questions. I think that my fellow commissioners have done a great job in asking and getting them answered. I will say that I think in my year and a quarter on the bench, that this is the most complex issue that has come before us. And it is also the one issue that I haven't heard a single person from the public supporting this. We have had some really controversial issues come before us, and people have communicated their support to me, even if it wasn't in public. I'm not getting that from this one, and I just want to put that out there. For Commissioner St. Clair, at-large commissioner, I have received no community support for this project. I also understand that there is a lot of misconceptions, and in some part those have been fueled by conflicting interests. And I think that in some ways the well has been poisoned, and I don't know how we undo half-truths and misconceptions that have been made. But again, that goes back to, I have heard no public support for this. Commissioner Gorman referenced a very good point that I keep going back and forth on. Like, what we do today, will it be undone in the future? And I think that there is layers upon layers of that in this instance. We had a public dedication, and then we didn't. And then we had a commission that voted to approve a sale with inadequate information. I think that everybody understands that the commission 2 years ago was not provided adequate information. So now here we are 2 years later trying to sort this out. And we're going to undo one thing or the other. There is no way forward without us failing to keep some promise that has been made. So which promise do you keep? And that is what has been keeping me up at night, is who do we keep the promise to? And how do we actually keep that promise when the community has been so vocal about their concerns? I know that litigation is incredibly expensive and we have our back to the wall on this. I think, like everybody in this room, if we had a time machine, it would be an entirely different situation, but we don't. And this is where we are, and we are either going to make a decision that is going to cost us an enormous amount of money, or make a decision that could cost us an enormous amount of money. There's really not a good and comfy way forward. There was reference to bad faith agreement. I don't believe that was the case. I believe that people are inherently good and people inherently want to do good. So I don't agree that this was a bad faith agreement. I don't believe that this is a bad faith agreement today. I think it's flawed, and I don't think that there's a way to move forward on this agreement in a way that is going to make the majority of people happy any way we go. I don't know how we fix this. I don't know what we could do that will undo this, and I don't think we can. But I am deeply aware that I am elected to serve the voice of the community, and the voice of the community has been really clear on this. It is not a confusing message that we are receiving. So that's all I have.
Take a picture, say there.
Here.
So, I would agree that I've not heard from the public clamoring for approval of this. What I have heard from the public is clamoring for the preservation and protection of public access. And presently, we have no rights to public access with this property. There is some confusion, and as you said, there are misunderstandings and some parties with conflicting interests who promulgate and perpetuate false narratives about what's happening here. So there's become I believe some of the opposition to our consideration of this amendment is born out of a belief that what this amendment reflects is removing public access and taking away public access and codifying a property transfer, property that has already been transferred, that was signed away back in March of 2021. And public access was lost back in that time as well. Legal public access, while the property owner who's come to own this property has continued to allow the public to access it, we do not presently have a legal right to access it. Whereas this amendment does immediately restore that legal right to public access, enshrined in the XPX dedication, while expanding the uses of that public access. And then additionally provides that walkway. And I have the same concerns or questions as Commissioner Ramsey with regard to the 5-foot path. It didn't exist before. It is being added. I don't love that. I'd like it to be wider. I'd like there to be more space on either side. Have talked with Mr. Rooks on that as well. There will need to be, that can be further refined in the site plan, but there will need to be easements on either side of that sidewalk. It cannot be from property line 5 feet to the building. So that's going to need some further refinement before any site plan's approved. With regard to and this is what we were talking about earlier with the instruments. Let me pull up my laptop. Or I'll just. With regard to the instruments, for public access. It indicates here that no building in this amendment that we're considering, no building permit will be issued for the project until a new public access instrument is approved by the city and executed and recorded. And so that's where we have the power reflected in this amendment to make sure that that public access is codified and reflects an instrument that's executed and recorded to our satisfaction before that building permit is issued. And if we cannot find that satisfaction, then the rights, then the building permit shall not be issued, and the rights to public access that we're restoring with this amendment continues. And so, in my opinion, yes, there was 2 years ago, there was some insufficient information provided on this item, perhaps some inadequacies in the staff report on it. Be that as it may, the totality of the agreement was in the packet. It was published for the community. It was published for us. There were 5 of us on this dais that were part of that commission that voted on that. Granted, that was a long and busy agenda that night. If you go back and look at that one. Now, it was in there, the full agreement. There was no aspects of that agreement missing. The full agreement was in that packet, and the commission at the time voted unanimously to approve it. 5 of those 7 members of the commission serve today. And it is my belief that we have a responsibility, those 5 of us, we have an extra responsibility to make right what we make right from the oversight that happened in 2020. And that is securing public access to this property and protecting it. Choosing instead to, maybe I'm being too strong with this, but burying our head in the sand and hoping for the best through the court system that could be years in the process and scores of thousands, if not into the 6 figures of expense, is not the optimal way forward. We have an opportunity here to secure that public access today and preserve it into the future. And we have, our city manager has been working diligently on this, back and forth with the developer, with each of us commissioners, hearing us out and finessing this agreement and bringing something that our manager felt was suitable in the city's interests, as well as did not contradict or contravene what the will of a unanimous commission did 2 years ago, which was to support this type of development at this property. In terms of the promises, and I certainly respect and think that that needs to be reflected very clearly in those instruments to be approved by the city and executed and recorded for public access. But in terms of the promises, I do see this as doing the best it can to serve those dual promises. The promise that this commission 2 years ago unanimously made with Parkland Properties to allow this type of development, and the promise that was made in the 80s and again in the 90s for public access to this waterfront walkway. That public access is continuing and being preserved. And so in that regard, I do think that the spirit of that promise is being honored in that original dedication here, while we're being able to continue with our promise. Even if we don't like it today, that was an obligation of the city. And it reflects on us as we enter into any further agreements and contracts with third parties going forward. Whomever that be, whether that's a resident, whether that's a business, whether that's an investor, whether that's a developer, when they enter into a contract with the city, they need to have confidence that the city will honor that contract. And even if we don't like it, years from now, that is the contract. So unless we can negotiate changes, which we are here, and we may see, as the legal counsel said previously, we may see further amendments coming to us. But this is making right to the best extent, and it may be subject to further revision subject to commission approval, but it's endeavoring to make right and make more whole what the commission had approved 2 years ago. And that's why I'm inclined to support our manager's efforts in this regard and restore immediately that public access that had existed by law previously to the removal of that dedication, the exhaustion of that dedication. So, those are my thoughts. Vice Mayor German.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. It's been a lot of time spent on this topic, and it's obvious that it's not clear. A lot of questions, and as I stated before, I felt that the manager is put in a situation to do what is called damage control. Going back 2021, based on what was presented to the commission and the vote that was taken, yes, it was a unanimous vote based on the details, the information that was presented to the commission. Now, as a commissioner that sat on this commission for the last 12 years and served with dignity, integrity, and will continue to do that, even as I run for re-election coming up this year. I take full accountability, and that's what we have to look at first. So, given the facts, knowing what I know now, and then looking at the judge decision, I can consciously make a decision based on the facts that I have in front of me, stated within that court battle. I just really think that there's really no public support on this item right now, and nothing against the developers, nothing at all. I commend you on what you're doing and the partnership with the city of Muskegon, but this really needs to be brought back and really thought out. And I think it's going to take a lot of work and negotiation between the developers and the court, whatever the judge's decision may be. And the best way to make it right, and I hear what's being sold, but I'm not buying. Because the facts are the facts, and if you look at it, it's just some things that was not presented to this commission that we're talking about now. So if you want to make it right, you allow the courts and let the battle be determined within the court system. That's why you have courts.
Commissioner Hood?
Yes. I agree with some of the things that Commissioner German, the Vice Mayor German, just said, and I from what I heard from you, Mayor, is that because we sat on this board and we voted for it once, and maybe didn't have the full knowledge of what we were voting for, but right now there's some questions in our mind. But you're saying because you voted once, then you must vote again, whether you were wrong or not. I take somewhat offense to that, because you can change your mind if you feel a different way. You're not forced to continue to vote in a way that you're not comfortable with. And I'm just, at this point in time, I'm just not comfortable. And like some of the other commissioners, Vice Mayor has said, there hasn't been any public support for this to go forward. I've changed my mind on a vote before because of public support. The way it went, I felt that it was a pretty good project, but public opinion, who voted and put us in this position, was different, and that's the way I went. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you, Commissioner Hood. Just to clarify, and I completely agree with you that any of us are entitled to change our opinions and change our minds and change our votes over time as new information and new circumstances warrant, or whatever factors may come into play. My referencing of the unanimous vote by the Commission in December of 2020 is not to say that those of us that voted on that are obligated to continue to support this project or this development, just that our vote on that agreement, which was in the packet, and we all had the responsibility to review and do our due diligence, that agreement we voted on, and in doing so, that agreement transferred this property and exhausted the public access. And so whether we recognized it at the time or we had the expectation, because Commissioner Ramsey and myself talked about public access and the need to preserve it or replace it, equitable public access. And so some of us may have the expectation that that's going to forthcome, as legal counsel said. That's going to come, in a future amendment. That's going to come with the site plan review. It didn't necessarily need to be codified right there in that agreement. And so whether you had that expectation or you were fine with as it is, we are hearing now from our public that it was unacceptable for the city to enter into that agreement to give away that public access without greater assurances or something codified at that time. And that's what I'm saying today. We have that opportunity. For me, my perspective is, as one of those 5 of the 7 who voted in favor of that agreement back in December of 2020, I feel a special obligation, a special responsibility to make that right to the extent that we can today. And making it right is restoring that public access and securing public access going forward to our waterfront. So that's why I say, when I reference that previous agreement and say we have a special obligation, or I feel I have, let me speak for myself. I have a special responsibility and a special obligation as one of the 7 at that time and one of the 5 remaining on this commission today to make it right. And there are some of us, or some that I've heard in the community of don't make any changes, just let it run through the court. I'm hearing that from Vice Mayor German, just let it run its course through the courts, which is a very uncertain outcome, one that could be a number of years in the process, and something that could exceed $100,000 in expense and cost to us, and continuous frustration for our community while impeding development that had previously been approved. And so that's a very uncertain outcome. There's nothing for me to believe that a judge would nullify the agreement entirely and return it back to square one. I don't have high confidence that would be the case. Now let's, sake of argument, say that were the case. And the judge says, nope, we're going to nullify this and go back to square one. Then we're in a position, as legal counsel mentioned previously, that we're at risk of exposure, where the counterparty to that agreement that had then been nullified, the counterparty who acted in good faith based upon an agreement approved by the city and spent considerable money and effort in accordance with that agreement, is going to want to seek restitution. And that's where they may seek that from us. And so we'll have spent a considerable amount of money going through the court process, and then potentially a considerable amount of money with regard to that exposure. And so those are uncertain outcomes with considerable expense and frustration that I feel could be averted with this amendment. And I appreciate all of the dialogue on this tonight. I appreciate all the dialogue at the work session 2 weeks ago. I appreciate the back and forth amongst commissioners and with our city manager, and appreciate Parkland Properties being available as well to address those concerns and respond to those concerns. And so I'm grateful for our city manager's efforts in this, and our legal counsel as well. It's been a lot of work, and as Vice Mayor indicated, our city manager is in an unenviable position trying to square this. But I don't feel just keep on punting it or taking no action. I think no action is not an option. no action is just hoping and praying that we're going to get the best outcome possible, whereas we as elected officials can take action to produce a more certain outcome. One of which, by approval of this amendment, restores that public access immediately with opportunity to preserve it in perpetuity. And so we have heard maybe not a lot about supporting this particular amendment. We've heard a lot about public access. And so if you don't like the project itself and you're hoping to torpedo the project by not voting for an amendment, that's okay, so be it. I would welcome anyone saying that. Just so you know, I don't like this project. I would rather this project die. That's why I'm not supporting it, this amendment, and hope that it gets undone. But I think we have a responsibility to our community and to our partners with whom we have contractual agreements. And that's why I'm inclined to support this. I wanted to... Someone in public comment, I was trying to take down some notes. Someone in public comment said about tax abatement for parkland. We have not issued any tax abatement. Is there any expectation of a request for tax abatement for this property? I've never heard of that. Could you clarify?
Not that.
I mean, I see the developer shaking heads, so no. So I just want to get confirmation. Is there a development services team? Yeah, director's here. There's no process to get a tax abatement on this property. There's no expectation that a tax abatement will be issued for this property, for this development. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. That was brought up during public comment. There was talk about being able to walk to the pier and have that view shed. That's being preserved with this. There's talk of intermittent public access, which we talked about with regard to more clearly defining the word briefly. There was talk of amending the SPX dedication to reflect the additional uses. However, the SPX dedication does not presently exist. That was vanquished. There is no SPX dedication presently. This amendment would restore the rights and licenses that were codified in that SPX dedication, however. On the gas dock as a public amenity or public access, I had the same reservations. Commissioner Gorman, at first blush, was like, huh. I was like, that doesn't really feel like a public access improvement or a public amenity to me. But at the same time, I recognize I'm not a boater. I don't have a boat. But I do recognize that we have a number of amenities that are publicly available that not everybody enjoys or uses. I mean, we do have a bike trail and there's some bike repair here and there setups, but not everyone's going to use those. Some people walk the trail and or they run the trail, they're not biking the trail, so they're not necessarily going to use that amenity. Same thing with some of our park equipment, our play equipment. Like, not everybody uses them, but they are publicly available and enjoyable. And so I do see, something that accommodates boaters for the general public, boating public. In that vein, I can understand that and see that. With regard to the crossing, Commissioner Ramsey.
Yes.
I had inquired or raised about that during the work session, about having something connected. And at that time, it seemed like you didn't want us to move forward with any language on that because you were concerned that there would be an expectation that people could always use that. And so you didn't want to have anything language with regard to being able to cross from one, ingress egress to the waterfront walkway.
Yeah, no, so I think that maybe you misunderstood my share, and that's okay. It was probably my fault. I'm not saying that you didn't get it.
Well, I can certainly misunderstand.
I want the whole thing, like Commissioner Gorman spoke so eloquently too. I just want the whole thing outlined and defined so that there are expectations that we can meet. Because if not, it's going to hellfire will rain down on us if we do not have something that is codified in a way that we can follow. Just like with the time blocks for the damn kidney, right? It just has, so everything, no matter what it is, just lay it out. Even if it's not something that I want or I don't agree with it, I would rather it be a non-negotiable that I can find solace in the other things that we did get, like more than a 5-foot easement before the building. So that I can say, we didn't get this, but we did get this, and this is why we still get to have beautiful access to our lake and fill our potholes with John Rooks' tax money.
Okay.
You get friends where you can.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramsey. So we do have. I should have been looking at this agenda. We still have several more items on our new business to get to.
Oh, yay.
What I'm wondering is. Okay. What I'm wondering though is, in lieu of action on this, well, we could either make some amendments to the amendment to reflect some of the conversation and more add some definition, or we can refer it back to staff based upon what they've heard tonight with these continuing questions, concerns, and bring it. I don't know if City Manager, wants to weigh in on those approaches or what his thoughts are, reaction to such.
I'm conflicted.
Excuse me, Ms. Foster. Please refrain from commenting from the audience, please. Thank you.
I'm a little conflicted on how to answer that question.
I know, because you have a recommended amendment here,
so
you're not going to necessarily want to undermine your recommendation.
Well, no, I mean not necessarily that. I think the points that the commissioners have made and the questions that have come up are legitimate, and to Commissioner Ramsey's point, being able to have those things defined so that we know what they are, whether we like them or not. And it was my hope that this is what this did. So if you were to table it and ask us to take another bite at this apple, I would ask that we have some, to make sure that we're very clear on everything that we're asking, and that if what's discussed here tonight, which I've taken some notes on, that, and obviously the property owners here as well, we can go back and try to clarify those as you guys have asked these questions. But so I don't know if but also we're not the only party in this discussion,
yes,
and it's your prerogative as the board, and as I've said to multiples of you, I think probably all of you on the bench, these are your votes. I make the recommendation, and you guys have to vote how you're going to vote. And there is another party to this agreement, and going back and forth with them in a
we're not renegotiating
right,
from the dais
from the
here. That's not going to happen.
And I don't know if legal counsel has any feedback or.
No, I'm sympathetic.
Mm-hmm. So we could, one of the six of you, I can't make a motion to amend, I can entertain them, but one of the six of you could make a motion to amend the amendment to reflect some of the greater clarity that was discussed and sought tonight on some of those elements. And then we can vote on it. If it gets approved, then it'll be up to the developer whether or not to agree and sign. Alternatively, we could impress upon staff what we want to see changed, and he can negotiate that with the developer and bring back an updated amendment to the commission. I think to the manager's point, though, is that he does not necessarily want to be spinning his wheels, that if there are, a majority of this commission that absolutely will not approve any amendment, regardless of how many times it changes and how many times it gets updated, then that needs to be shared. That you absolutely will not vote on any amendment. And if there's a majority, then it's a done deal.
Yeah, and I do think that that's a valid point. Another to further respond, and that's a completely valid point.
Yeah.
And to further respond to your original question, I think another thing that I would say, and I'm trying to figure out the best way to diplomatically say this, is that the negotiating from the bench type thing, and how does that look? Yeah, and just how does that look, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. I'm perfectly happy to go back and have another conversation with the points that have been brought up. Mm-hmm. And so the
Commissioner Ramsey?
Yeah, so in the instance, to save time, obviously not tonight, and to save face, as the manager just spoke to, would it behoove us to table this tonight, have the manager meet with all of us at once in a room? Wait, that has to be a public meeting then, doesn't it? So up to 3 of us at the time to have conversations about the amendment, and then flat out, if there, I would sit in a room with you and 2 of my colleagues and discuss the issues that I have, so that when you go back to the Parkland property and say, this is what we're looking to get, if they say yes or no, then we can come back and vote yes or no. Because to speak to what you're saying, it has to be done. If we don't want it, put it to vote. But I'm not interested right now in walking away from this table with John. This is a great opportunity for our city, and I don't want to lose that. But I do want to make sure that we're all getting a fair share of the pie. Strawberry preferably. But, so I would sit down with you, Mr. Manager, in my day that is not at this meeting, and tell you all of the things, because this makes us look ridiculous. And then you guys can decide what we do next. I would motion to table. With the expectation of everything else I just said.
Did you have something?
Well, I was going to say this would be a point of clarification for the attorney. If we table this, we have to bring back the same. Or can we
make a motion? Can we withdraw the motion or make a motion to refer back to staff?
You can do that.
Which one? Both?
You can
Either one?
Yeah. The motion that's existing could be withdrawn. A motion to refer back to staff would be appropriate. Is appropriate. A motion to table to a specified date is fine. I do not want that motion though to reflect and the city manager will meet with 3.
Yeah.
That's going to become a public meeting.
Sure.
I overstated my concern.
I will say if we go down that route and we refer back to staff and commissioners are meeting with the manager, because I believe, it's my understanding, the manager has reached out to every commissioner for those individual conversations about the previous amendment, and then since the work session, we had that opportunity at the work session 2 weeks ago to do what we're doing now. So this is a second work session essentially, that we don't do this again. That we talk to the city manager, we impress upon what our concerns are, and let him negotiate with the counterparty and bring the best. And this is probably what he felt was the best agreement tonight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recommended it to us. But he's heard some of our misgivings and questions and wanting further clarity and refinement. And so, if we give him that opportunity to do so again, then when it comes back to us, it's a yay or nay.
Get off the pot.
Like we're not going to be picking this apart. We're not going to be trying to renegotiate.
Agreed.
We're not trying to it is a yay or nay at that time. I don't think this, and not to, I respect sentiment on this may seem ridiculous, but I think this is a reflection of deliberative process and the care that we all have and how we are serving our community. And it can seem time consuming and frustrating and difficult to understand, but sometimes we need to
No, I agree wholeheartedly, and so I think let's do it off camera, so that we can have conversations with the manager about the things that really matter to us out of this document, which means everybody's going to show up with their homework done, and then the next time, that is my complete intention, is for the next time for this to either yes or no.
Yes. Vice Mayor German.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. To the fact of, and I've heard Manager Cypher's feedback when asked a question about basically taking another look at this. And just for the record, how many times have you brought this to the commission?
This is the third. This is the second time with this amendment. We had the first one, but this is the third time we've discussed it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Third attempt. Mm-hmm. Okay. And now
second
attempt.
Second attempt on amendment. Third meeting with regard to amending this agreement. There were 3 meetings prior to the original agreement being approved. So that was 3 meetings in December, or 3 meetings in 2020 with regard to this Parkland Marina agreement, development agreement. So there are 3 meetings back then revolving around this agreement and its adoption of this agreement. And then there have been now 3 meetings with regard to amending the original agreement.
Right. And I'm talking on Manager Cypher's watch. And I mean, that takes time. It takes planning, it takes negotiation, it takes a lot of time. And I think and that's not fair to him. You know, coming in a situation and again, due to a decision made by a prior administration, we acted and voted on what was actually presented to us. And now that we have more detail about what's going on with the property, the public access, getting feedback from the public, that changed the dynamics. And I think to have him go back and almost do the same thing, and we have an item here in front of us, and we've had some discussion. I think just about everyone has spoken how they feel, and the public. I don't think things was done right from the very beginning. And that's what was said. And again, I'll go back to the legal aspect of it. I think the commission should vote on this and take responsibility. I mean, and even the ones that was not on the commission at that time. I get it. You're in a situation right now where, you know, you have to make a tough decision. And that's what politics is all about. That's what serving and being a public servant. There's a difference between being a politician and a public servant. You know, I'm elected as a politician, but I'm a public servant. I serve the public, I serve the people, but I understand the political game. To me, and what I've heard, and the information that was given to me, I am not in favor of this. And I think we should vote on this and again allow the courts to make that determination and let them battle it out in court. Now, it may cost us some money, but hey, people pay taxes. You have taxpayers out there. And this is what they pay their taxes for, to get, I would say, fair treatment. And if public access is being denied in any shape, form, or fashion, their money will be well spent, and I think they would appreciate that. It's not our money, but at the same time, we have to do what's right and take accountability for our actions. Again, as public servants. So I'm not in favor of tabling this. I am, and nothing against the developers. I said, but hey, things have to be done right, and I always stated, even running in the very beginning, if anyone is excluded in any shape, form, or fashion, then that creates an issue and a problem for me when I make my decisions. And if the public is being excluded from public access to any of that lakefront property, that is an issue and that's a problem for me.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Before I go to Commissioner Emery, because it made me think of when you said everyone has had a chance to speak, Commissioner Emery has not spoken on this item yet, so I'm going to go to her. I do want to reiterate that the exclusion is in existence now. There is no legal right to access that property. This amendment is restoring that legal right for public access to this waterfront property. And we can disagree, and I can respect that we disagree. We view and approach our responsibilities and accountability differently on this. But I don't necessarily think it's a best use of our public resources and taxpayer dollars to spend on potentially lengthy court case with uncertain outcome that could even result in further expense. And damages, not only financial damages, but potential damages to reputation, when we have an opportunity to have a more certain outcome here at a much less expense, because that money comes from somewhere. We can't print money. It comes from somewhere. So if we have to spend that money on the lawsuit and any damages, that means we're going to have to take it away from someplace. If that's taken away from parks, taken away from public safety, taken away from staffing, that's going to come from somewhere. It's not just printed. But Commissioner Emery, you haven't weighed in on this.
I haven't.
And so I'm just wondering if you have anything to add or ask right now. I don't want you to feel excluded from this conversation.
I absolutely do. I agree with a lot of what was said. I was on that commission that in 2021. And had we had more information, we may have all voted differently. But we didn't have it. We can't undo that. By going to court, we have a 50-50 chance of possibly undoing it. But then we could be sued for God knows how much money. This is a way, the biggest complaint I've heard about this from my constituents is that we sold, quote unquote, sold public access to this part of the lake. I'm looking at all of this, and I see this as a way for us commissioners to redeem ourselves with our constituents because we're giving them back their public access to this part of the lake. And can we nitpick widths and lengths and, yeah, we can, but the other alternative is possibly going to court. 50-50 chance. I don't want to gamble with that. So I am for this amendment.
Thank you, Commissioner Emery. Commissioner Hood?
I just want to say, so, I mean, it really has to be clear, and the public has to know it's clear that that we would be giving back the public access.
Exactly.
Okay, and two, we may be going to court regardless what our decision is. That's just a fact. That's left up to a judge. And like you say, when it's left up to the judge, you don't know which way that's going to go. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Hood. So is there any? No, we're not entertaining public comment at this time.
You know what?
Ms. Foster, we're not entertaining public comment at this time, please.
3 of you commissioners repetitively asked this man
Commission-
over and over if we were
Ms.
public
Foster,
access.
please.
He said yes.
Miss Foster.
We have minutes to these
Miss
meetings.
Foster, please.
I was at
So there was at one point a motion to table. There was no second to that. Is there a desire to support that, or is there a desire to have a motion to refer back to staff, or the original motion maker any desire to withdraw and give staff time to potentially revise? And I believe it was
me,
Commissioner St. Clair, who made the original motion.
The original motion was to approve.
I made the original motion. I will say
okay.
that what I would need to reconsider this is a change in public opinion. And I don't know how we get that. Maybe it's more education, maybe it's less information that is inaccurate. I understand that this is an attempt to remedy a situation, but the public doesn't, and they don't support it. And it feels heavy-handed to me for us to tell them what's good for them when they so clearly are not aligned with this. So if there is a way for us to help the public understand what our intent is, I don't think we've done a lot of public outreach around this. I think that we've talked it to death in these commission meetings, but I don't think we've had any town halls. I don't think we've had any other means to help people understand what this is and what this does and where the truth is and where the falsehoods are. that could shift things considerably. So, you know, if we can make a commitment that we will take this to the community in a comprehensive way, and I'm sorry that we're going to talk this to death some more, I would be comfortable withdrawing my motion.
Thank you, Commissioner St. Clair. With regard to public support or opposition, like I said, I agreed with you that I haven't had an outpouring of support for this, but I also have not received a lot of absolutely do not do this. There have been a few people who've reached out and said, why are you doing this? Or having questions, or like, and believing that we were giving up public access, or that it was, you know, contravening public access to the waterfront. Others, after even hearing what we're doing, are like, okay, well, you know, I'd rather just gamble. Some of people would rather just gamble on it, and others have been understanding. But there hasn't been a ton of public outreach on this subject. I had a few people. We have several people who showed up tonight. There's some interested parties who have been promoting and encouraging people to come here, presenting it as a loss of public access, perpetuating that narrative.
Can I interject? I don't mean to be disrespectful. I don't want to debate this anymore tonight. I think that we have all very clearly made our points known. We have a significant amount further discussion. I understand respectfully where you're coming from. I believe you understand where I am coming from and where the rest of the commission is coming from. I don't want to parse it anymore about if 20% or 50% or 75% of the public is in approval or not. The vocal minority may it be, or the silent majority, are not in agreement with this. And I think it's in large part because they don't understand. But they don't understand. So
and
I think if we can agree that we will do some deliberate community outreach to help people understand, I think we can put this to bed.
I don't have a problem with that. I do think that it's incumbent upon each of us as commissioners to do that communication as
Absolutely.
well. That's our role, to help folks understand what's going on and why what's happening. I don't know if staff wants to allocate any resources and if they have any ideas on how we can better communicate, engage, and also maybe if the public clearly understood and said, hey, go to court, spend hundreds of thousands of dollars potentially in both court costs and damages, and that's what the majority of the community wants to do it, have at it. Like, I would support that. That's their money. If that's how they want their money spent, I can get behind it. But I have not heard people say, let's spend money that way. But
I have. I'm sure the rest of
Mr.
the
Mayor,
commission.
Yes.
I would like to call the question.
All right.
Thank you.
There's a motion to call the question.
Does it have to be supported?
Want to do a second?
Yep. Second. Matt?
Commissioner Ramsey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor German?
No.
Just want to clarify is to call the question.
Oh, to call the question.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Do you want to keep your vote as a no, Vice Mayor?
Let me. To call the question, we're talking about,
Call the question. We're going to call the question.
and then vote on the
Deliberation.
actual.
It's just, we're just stopping all
discussion.
discussion.
Oh,
Go to
okay,
vote on
okay,
the underlying
okay,
motion.
okay.
We're just going to stop talking.
Yeah.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Commissioner Emery?
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hood?
Yes.
Motion passes. So we're going to go back to the original motion, which is to approve the Parkland Marina Agreement Amendment. And the roll call, Commissioner Hood?
I'm sorry, what was that?
To approve the Parkland Marina Agreement Amendment
No.
as presented. Commissioner Ramsey?
Yes.
Vice Mayor German?
No.
Commissioner Gorman?
No.
Commissioner Emery?
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair?
No.
Mayor Johnson?
No.
Motion fails.
All right, next item. So, I just want to quickly explain that my no vote on this was its current iteration, and that they voted differently with further refinement.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Which is incidentally why I voted yes, because I expect that iteration to come, and I want John to know that I continue to support this project.
No, if that iteration's coming. We just voted it down.
Let's move on, please.
Yeah,
God.
All right, next item. Whew.
I mean, yeah.
Lumberjacks renovations, Trinity Health Arena. Woo! Thank you for your patience.
Oh, half your crowd left.
Who's leaving?
All right, so we're going to seek approval to develop conceptual designs.
Hey, Jake, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Oh.
In your
Yep, sorry, Jake LeMay, Trinity Health Arena, Arena Director. With me is Andrea Rose, President of the Lumberjacks, and John Witten with Spark 43.
And you are here on
To develop, seek approval to develop conceptual designs, establish project budget, and complete a feasibility study to construct new team space at Trinity Health Arena. In exchange, the Lumberjacks would like to add 2 additional renewal options to the Lumberjacks shared use agreement.
And then just to reiterate for the folks watching at home in the audience and for the commission, this is an introduction of the topic. This isn't to amend the agreements right now. This is just to have the discussion so that you all know where we're coming from when it does come down to you.
So the proposal came to me. The Lumberjacks are seeking additional space, new space for them to continue to develop and grow their brand and provide quality to the league to bring them up to USHL standards, and also with the addition of new locker room space, provide them a presence on the concourse, which currently they don't have. They're down in the subfloor, kind of the basement of the building, not accessible to fans, patrons, ticket holders, anything like that. So I'm here to answer any kind of questions or concerns you guys have, but I wanted Andrea to be able to speak on behalf of the Lumberjacks, and then John on the conceptual design.
welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for your patience this evening.
Yeah. Thanks for your patience this evening. Feel like that needs to be said. So, Andrea Rose, President of Business Operations. What we're seeking to do is just introduce the topic to you. Essentially, we have prepared a very, very early estimate budget of $2 million that we would like to invest into the arena. We'd like to renovate existing spaces that we already occupy into a new locker room that will provide new team amenities that will bring us back up to USHL standards, allow us to attract top-tier talent, which then allows more visibility of the city of Muskegon, essentially, is how that works. This season we had 6 NHL draft picks. I'm not sure that that's something that we're doing a really great job marketing, so I'm not sure how many of you know that, but we are already considered one of the better franchises in the USHL. With this, we're seeking to become the best franchise in the USHL and really attract more people here. We'd like to renovate team spaces on the north side of the building. We think it'll streamline our operations, it'll attract top talent. It also is going to free up space that the city can then use for programming, which we hope will present more recreational opportunities. In addition, the existing facilities currently don't comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act from the 2010 standard. I know that that's been just a lot to deal with, specifically at that arena, so we would be able to help with that. It'll help address vertical circulation issues within the building and would address outstanding barrier-free issues that exist between the concourse, subconcourse, and the level of the arena. And due to the nature of the cost, we're hoping to add a Sixth Amendment, which we've provided a draft of. It's very much a draft. There are definitely things that need to be done, which is why we're here today, to hope we can begin those conversations with you. But to add 2 more 5-year option periods to the end of our shared use agreement. We want to be long-term tenants, and we want to stay in Muskegon for as long as you'll have us. So I think that's all I have. Oh, also something to note is that I think currently Jake has projected for one of his budgets in the next fiscal year, he was preparing to present $25,000 capital project for HVAC.
Yeah, rooftop HVAC.
Rooftop HVAC, we would, based on where we're considering putting these offices, we would then take on that cost. So we are not asking for any money. We just want 2 5-year options at the end of our lease and to make your building even more beautiful than it already is.
So their current lease is till 2051 right now, so it extended obviously to 2061. But outside of the benefits to them, just some things from a city perspective or a Trinity Health Arena perspective is we really don't have adequate office space for our staff. Our finance person is in an old box office closet. I've got a small room down on the subconcourse as well, but them moving upstairs, the Lumberjacks moving upstairs would allow us space where they're currently at with conference rooms, cubicles for, we've talked about integrating parks and rec or recreational, so Kyle to have space or interns to have space down there, meet with city employees and other people that want to conduct business. It would also allow us the space, extra storage space, and their current locker room that they're using right now, we could turn into space, keeping it current the way it is, but utilizing it for youth teams, risers, Ironmen, who right now are just kind of occupying recreational locker rooms in the arena. So it would give us that option as well, which would increase revenue.
Anything to add yourself?
I'm just here if you guys have any questions. You know, the documents we prepared are really conceptual. Because we don't want to get too far down this process unless
Yeah, I understand. Unless
you
there's
guys
some
bless
level of support.
the process.
Yeah. All right. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Ramsey.
Are there pictures?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
in the packet.
several floor plans showing kind of what the space that's currently, how it's currently being utilized, how we're proposing it would be utilized conceptually, and then we do have a bunch of existing photographs. One thing I will say is that
Give them to Ann.
and I think they're in
the and it would be on the north side of the building as well, facing shoreline.
One thing I would say is that from an existing building document standpoint, this is one of the worst documented buildings we've ever. We specialize in arenas, just for your context. The level of documentation on this building is really disjointed, and so we actually spent the majority of the day today 3-dimensionally scanning the space so that we can definitively say, hey, a wall is here, plumbing is there, because none of the documents that are on record at the city
reflect that detail.
They are very much in contrast with each other. So just trying to say, hey, what exactly is going on in this building? That part of the building, we've actually refined the southwest corner through our barrier-free improvements and restroom improvements there, but this part of the building is very much a rat's nest.
I do not do well after 9 o'clock watching.
Changes over the years that some of them have been documented, others have not. I apologize. This is a we print everything on 30 by 42, so you'll have to zoom out.
Just kill them trees. Well, I'm going to let your shade about my building slide, and I'm going to ask.
By the way, I love this building. The potential in this building is incredible.
So for Jake and Andrea, I'm very excited by a couple of things that you said. You talked about freeing up space, Jake, for opportunities for community programming and to really have more neighbors into the space that we currently have, and to allow for city staff, who we're always trying to treat as best as we possibly can, to have a space that is more appropriate for them to operate business in. And Andrea, I assume that means that you guys in this new space will just be fitted out from elbow to other elbow. which is very exciting. Now, you talked about having access on the concourse. So does that put you guys, the Lumberjacks, does it give you a presence so that when I'm at a game, like there's a whole thing going on there? Is there a new, tell me about what your presence on the concourse looks like.
Yeah, so what we're hoping for in this process is to work with you all to make sure that what we build is actually going to be a benefit to the city. Heaven forbid we ever choose to leave, which we do not want to. But we want to make sure that we're providing office space that adds value to this wonderful community asset. From our perspective, what we would love to see is just a door from the concourse, so it wouldn't impede progress in any way. It wouldn't create any additional issues. If you've been to an event there, currently there's a team merchandise store that's on the concourse near the 4th Street entrance. That would be removed, and that's where we would be seeking to put a door somewhere in that general vicinity that would then build out on top of the north side of the building. So we would be looking to renovate current space and add a second floor addition.
So we would get a new merchandise counter is what I'm hearing?
What we're talking about currently is a full-blown team store. So if you go back to page 7.
Just one more back. So 10, I think, is what it is, right?
Page 7.
Unless you're familiar with the space, it's really hard to depict from
that
these.
one, yeah.
So on the left side of this diagram, there is I apologize, near the adjacent or the existing
Use
doors.
colors.
Yeah, the very small green box on the left side is the current Lumberjack presence on the concourse level.
Yes.
Today, and it's a temporary team store, right? There's shelving and counters there, but Lumberjacks aren't playing home games. There's no merchandise. On the right side is the proposed Lumberjacks presence at the concourse level. So the orange box would be team offices, coaches' offices, the potential for a rooftop deck. The green box, the large green box that runs left and right, is the old box office plus some additional space that could be a permanent retail store. I think the other thing that's really important about this diagram is that we are proposing to eliminate all those doors because they don't currently serve a purpose.
Right.
Those doors were there purely for when the box office was in that location. Not very free, but it was purely to keep people who hadn't bought tickets from getting onto the concourse to watch the game. They don't serve any purpose at the moment, other than a barrier. So it would allow us to open up the concourse. We've been talking with the team about sort of what kind of fan experiences we can roll into this. Again, this is very early, so we don't have anything defined specifically, but we're talking about how game day experience could be enhanced by freeing up some of the space and opening up the concourse to what's effectively dead space right now during
Great. Follow up for Jake. Jake, can you talk about? Actually, no. Sorry, it's been a long night. Jake, I would really like to see from you when you guys bring this back to us fully realized what it would look like for us to renovate the space that the Lumberjacks currently occupy, that we could then partner better with our new Parks and Recs program to bring actual community programming into this space when the arena is not being utilized by the Lumberjacks or our visiting team, so that we can do more connection to our community. I know that we always say that it's an inclusive space, and it's an inclusive space for as far as it can be. But how do we extend that space so that the new space that you're going to be finding is going to be available to youth programs and such? But that's going to take some budgeting dollars to fix that space up. So work with Ken and figure out, Grant, what that looks like. Because I think that is a huge opportunity that we don't want to go unnoticed or missed as we talk about providing a better space for our almost already best space in the country team.
And just to add to that, in terms of the actual office space that Jake would be gaining, we are seeking to leave 90% of the office furniture that belongs there and leave that as a donation back to the city as we re-outfit our new space. So he would have to speak more to what it is that he would need for the programming side of it. But in terms of like outfitting an entire new office suite, there would be virtually no cost because we'd be leaving our stuff for you.
And it's only going to cost us 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
2 option periods, actually.
10 years is what we're saying. Yeah. Okay. 10 years in 2051. Gotcha.
In the current space that their office space, it is pretty turnkey, and I think the biggest thing from adequate space for us to conduct meetings or meet with Kyle from Rec or do any of these things, you know, we're sitting out on a party deck or we're sitting in the Jacks Club and there's games going on and youth practices and they're practicing. So it's really inconvenient for us to not have that space to meet and sit down and discuss some of these things and have alternate space for a Kyle to come in and work satellite remotely on some of these recreational activities. You know, we're working with him right now on occupying the turf days and bringing some public skating activities back. So for him to actually have a physical presence in the building would be important.
Awesome. Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey. Commissioners, anything else to ask or add at this time? No? All right. Well, thank you for joining us this evening, and thank you for all that you do as part of the Lumberjacks organization, one of the best USHL organizations in the country. And so we're grateful for the work that your organization does and your contributions to our arena as a tenant and to our greater Muskegon community.
And we share that gratitude as well. We're grateful for our partnership with the city, and we're eternally grateful for the arena manager that you have put in that space. He's been a pleasure to work with and has been incredibly helpful.
Commissioner Ramsey?
Who do we as the commission reach out to if we want to talk further about this or have conversations and tours and such?
That's a great question. I'm sure Jake would be open to it as he's presented to. However, by noon tomorrow, we'll have on our website, we'll have open to public comment as well to make sure that we can adequately address any of the questions that you have at the next work session meeting. So if you go to MuskegonLumberjacks.com under community tab, there will be office project, something along those lines. It may be renovation. But by noon tomorrow, that will be live, so we can reach out that way. Otherwise,
Awesome.
You can reach out to Jake or myself.
And provided you guys approve us to continue to develop these conceptual designs and information, what do you need from us to prepare for next time?
Oh, you leave it? Oh, no, you got
So I guess I wanted
Oh,
to,
no.
so this generally would have been a work session item,
We're
but
all
since
in
we
this
missed the
together.
last work session,
Yeah.
that's why this was a discussion only item. So I just wanted to see if there were any major questions from the commission on this, or if there are any red flags. Is anyone throwing any red flags right now? Okay. So
Not this time.
we'll talk about what those things need to look like going forward. We'll utilize our public works staff so that they can help with that too. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Have a nice evening. All right, so we're changing order just a little bit. We're going to do 10D next, followed by 10C. 10D is fiscal year 2024 CWSRF project plan updates. And that's our city water and sewer revolving fund project plan. Did I get that right?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your flexibility on switching this around, as does our consultant. Bridge item will be next, don't worry. So this is an item that we are obligated to do for the state if we intend to take advantage of the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, which is what CWSRF stands for. This project plan was prepared by Barbara Marzak at Prina Newhoff and her staff. In order to be eligible for funds under the state's revolving fund program, a project must be included in this plan. Being included in this plan does not mean we must run the project under that loan program. So this is our opportunity to put essentially anything we might want to include over the next 5 years into a plan for the state to review. But just because it's in there does not mean we are obligated to follow through with it. So there are projects in here, pages 272-ish and prior in the packet that we as staff anticipate are good projects. However, it depends on how we score as a part of our loan applications. It depends how our capital planning process goes over the next few years. And so I just want to make it very clear that just because a project appears in this plan does not mean you will see it proposed under the loan program going forward. But we are obligated to include those projects in here in the event that they are the projects we want to submit to the program. Barbara is going to give a short presentation about the plan, which is again a part of our obligation to the state to give some information to the public that's here, give them an opportunity to comment. Mr. Mayor, I'll leave it to your discretion as to whether that happens during this item or if we just rely upon the comment period at the end of the meeting. We are obligated to receive some comment if there is any. So, and with that, Barbara, go ahead.
Barbara, okay. It's okay.
Technology issues, just a
Yes,
moment.
just a second. So to start here, what do you?
Can you just hit slide?
I click this and it goes to it's going to presenter. Yeah.
While they're working on that, I will say that if anyone would like to view a complete copy of the plan, you're welcome to reach out to me or really virtually anyone, and they'll connect you with me, and we'll get you a link to the full plan. It is large, and so just a condensed version without the appendices was included in the packet. If you view the packet, there is a link to the full report, but if you're not able to use that, feel free, and we will get you a full copy to review. Looks like we're ready.
Welcome. If you just introduce yourself.
Barbara Marzak with Prine and Newhoff. I've been working with the city for several years on sewage, which is the highly technical, glamorous term. I love water and sewage. Somebody's got to do it. So this is part of, as Dan explained, the public comment period, which is part of the application period, or part of the application to go to the state. I do have a sign-in sheet, which is another thing that the state asks us to do. So I'm going to pass the clipboard around, and if people could kindly sign it, that we have a record of who was here. You don't have to put your address down, although I did put a line for that. So go ahead to the next slide. So tonight we're talking about the clean water, which is regarding sewage. Next month we'll be talking about drinking water in a same kind of program. So it's a low-interest loan program to help communities pay for wastewater system improvements. Been a very low interest rate the last few years that you've been able to take advantage of it. This is your fourth time going for SRF funding. The first time was 2019. Only 8 communities applied for funding that year. This year, based on the preliminary list, over 200 communities are applying. There's been a big influx of money through the bipartisan infrastructure law as well as ARPA. So this is a sort of once in a lifetime amount of money being available, but it's going to be very competitive this year. The city of Muskegon is considered overburdened, which gives you, that's based on median household income and taxable property values. This is a slightly new definition this year, but it does give you extra points in the scoring. You can go to the, yeah, okay, you're good. As Dan mentioned, we do a 5 and 20-year outlook. The public, we have to look at what public health and water quality problems we're solving or addressing. We have to look at an analysis of alternatives, capital costs, advantages, disadvantages, life cycle, and environmental impacts. And all of that's in the draft plan that we prepared. You can. So this all comes out of, and I'm not going to spend very much time on this, but the asset management plan that we developed for the city in 2017. And again, the main purpose of this is to have a plan. Hopefully you're planning out projects rather than responding to emergencies. Go ahead to the next slide, which is an actual emergency that happened a few years ago, right before we were going to fix this project. The
the sewer broke. So again, go ahead. We're trying to avoid that. These are statistics that we developed in the evaluation for the sanitary and stormwater system. We did a very extensive evaluation under a $2 million SAW grant. Go ahead. And again, out of that study, much of your system is in the over 80 years old. So a lot of improvements needed and a lot of very old pipes that are starting to leak. Go ahead. Again, this is all part of the evaluation we did. I'm not going to speak a lot about that tonight, but we did an evaluation of all the pipes in the system. So why are we doing this? The good news is 75% of the pipes are in good condition still, even though they're aged. The bad news is 15% of it are in very poor condition. Much of the system, a lot of the system had either roots or flow and blockage issues in the system. So, and we made several recommendations after our evaluation. Go ahead. So again, why are we doing this? Protect water quality, public health, reduce sewer backups, reduce emergency repairs, and reduce maintenance. At the time we completed the evaluation, we developed a 10-year plan. Several projects have been done. And because of some of the grant money that the city's been able to receive, we moved some projects up. And in the last year, we've worked with city staff to identify further projects. That's a picture, by the way, in one of your sewers, in case you ever want to look at them. I have lots more. For the alternatives selected and the selected projects, we looked at the worst condition, infiltration, meaning water that's getting into the sewer from the groundwater due to leaky joints, inflow, structural issues. You have a lot of sewers that are too flat. They flow by gravity. We don't want them to be too flat. There's a lot of conflicts with storm sewers, and that has the potential for breakage of sewage to leak directly into storm sewers and to go into the lake. We don't want that. Many areas have little access for maintenance. There are sewers in places that should have had easements but didn't. They're in backyards with garages built over them, lots of stuff. So we've been trying to address some of that. We looked at, again, with city staff, coordination with other projects, roads, water main, and lead service line replacements. We also looked at full replacement of sewers versus just lining and spot repairs. But we also looked at what the SRF criteria. So lots of things go into the selection of projects. There's a map on the next slide that just shows the area of projects we selected. This isn't just all for the fiscal year 2024, but covers several years. I'm not going to speak about each of those individual projects, but again, there's more detail in the plan. The next slide shows the ones that we selected for fiscal year 2024. We have a higher level that we're applying for this year, again, because of the amount of money that's potentially available, so about $10 million. The total annual cost just for the debt service would be about $671,000, and when you break it down to the average residential customer, it would be about $2.80 per month. That's not assuming any grants or principal forgiveness on the loans, which we are hoping for. So that's repeated on the next slide as well. As Dan mentioned, you're not obligated at this point in time to do the project. So we'll have to see what they come out with as far as an offer, if you even score well enough to get funding. The social and environmental impacts, all of these projects are in existing roadways, in urbanized areas, so we're really don't have a lot of environmental impacts. We do look at trees. There are endangered species, bat species especially, that we look for, and we stay out of their roosting season if we have to cut down trees. Obviously, construction does cause a lot of temporary impacts, noise, dust, inconvenience. So what happens next? The project plan needs to be submitted by May 1, which is next week. The state scores and ranks all the projects that get submitted. It's going to be very competitive this year. And Eagle will prepare a draft list probably about September 1. Then they have their own public comment period, and the final list will be October 1. So what we're asking tonight, or what the commission needs to do tonight, hopefully, is pass a resolution adopting the plan so that it can be submitted, and authorizing Mr. Vanderhyde to be the representative on behalf of the city. So as Dan mentioned, I'm not sure if you want to take comments or answer. I can answer questions if there are any now, if you want to take questions, or you can do it at the end of.
Commissioners, any questions on this item? No? We will open up the public comment now just to get it done rather than wait. So is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak on this Clean Water State Revolving Fund project plan? Anyone care to speak about clean water? Let's do it.
I do. I'd just like to know, is it going to lower our bill? Will this help lower our bill?
Ms. King, would you like to comment on this?
Yes, I would like to see.
Please come to the lectern. And if you could just introduce yourself.
I'm Annie King, and I live at 675 Amity, and we got a new street, and we got, water brought from the street to our house, but the water is not good and clear. We got a lot of rust in the water when you first turn it on, and I usually wash my color clothes first, because my white clothes, if the water sets for a while and I wash white clothes, they're not going to be white. So I would like some help with that. I know. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. I'm just wondering, deviating it a little bit from this public hearing, but very quickly, do we have resources available at City Hall for someone to come and inspect their water to find out if perhaps the source of the issue is the water main and our water supply, or if the issue is the house system? Do we have that resource available for someone to do a home inspection?
Absolutely. I would encourage anybody who's experiencing, any aesthetic effects like that, right? Rusty water, cloudy water, anything like that, to call pretty much anyone associated with the water system, the DPW, the treasurer's office where we do the billing, or the filtration plant, and we'll send someone out to test the water in your home. And if we do find issues, we'll flush the public system in that area to try to clear those issues. If that doesn't resolve it, then we'll keep on working until we do. If it does end up on the private side, then we'll certainly let the homeowner know that. But we would definitely work until we were confident that it is not the city's issue.
Thank you, Director Vanderhyde. Would you mind, if you have a business card handy, would you mind providing that to Ms. King before tonight's over?
I don't, but I will certainly get her my number, absolutely.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone in this audience that wishes to speak, give public comment on this plan? All right, is there anyone on the phone that wishes to give comment on this plan?
We have not received any phone calls.
All right. Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Since
Do you
it's
need
been a minute,
motion?
I'll just reiterate that the intent tonight is to receive and adopt the plan by resolution so that we may submit to the state this plan for the program in the future.
I move to adopt the city's CWSRF project plan via the included resolution.
Support.
We have a motion by Commissioner St. Clair, supported by Commissioner Gorman. Roll call. Is any final discussion or questions? Nope. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Commissioner Emery?
Yes.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hood?
Yes.
Vice Mayor German?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right. Item 10C, Ottawa Bridge SHPO meeting, the State Historic Preservation Office meeting. So, Director Van Hyde, if you could report on this. This appears to be for information and public comment only.
That is correct. So, as you may or may not recall, the Ottawa Street Bridge, there is a map of that location in the third piece of this item. Madam Clerk, if you want to bring that up. But this is the bridge that leads at the north end of Ottawa Street, just west of Moses Jones Parkway to Richards Park. It has been closed for quite some time. In fact, half of the bridge, the northbound side, has been closed since 2016. That is on the basis of a recommendation from our bridge inspection consultant. They have found very serious concerns with the condition of the bridge and have recommended it be closed. That led to MDOT funding the project to remove the bridge. MDOT is both funding and executing the project on our behalf. We simply just provide them the information and in the end approve the details of the project, but they are leading it, funding it, and taking care of it completely for us. As a part of that process, they had to submit for environmental clearances, one of which is clearance from the State Historic Preservation Office, which is the SHPO acronym you see in the packet there. That clearance is the state's Historic Preservation Office reviewing the situation to determine whether they believe the project would adversely affect a potentially historic resource. In this case, they did find that it would do that. Removal of the bridge would certainly be an adverse effect. Normally that would not be any kind of a thing, except in this case they also found that the bridge is eligible to be listed on the historic register. However, it is not listed, nor are we required to list it. So we are, as a part of that finding, required to have this meeting and express to the public and to you that the bridge is eligible for listing on the historic register of places. Again, I'll reiterate that that does not by its nature make it historic. Point out that the bridge is not unique. There are many of its type throughout the state. I would also point out that it has not garnered any historic interest prior to this finding from the state. No one has expressed, at least to us, or to my knowledge to anyone at the city, that they believe this bridge is a historic resource in any way. I would like to reiterate that the bridge is in very poor condition, and if we were to contemplate listing the bridge on the historic register, or short of that, simply choosing to remove the bridge from the removal program, that the city would be on the hook for a pretty large sum of money or level of risk, right? The bridge is in very poor condition, as I said. To give you some examples of that, the steel beams have holes in them. The deck of the bridge leaks, not to the side, but straight down into the river. There are 1.5 stalactites hanging below the bridge, which are formed by, essentially the degradation of the concrete in a chemical sense, creating a compound that creates a formation similar to what you'd find in a cave. So there are 1.5 stalactites hanging from the bottom of the bridge. The foundations of the bridge are not in awful condition, considering that they're 100 years old. However, they are too narrow for the river that it spans. So if we were to replace the top of the bridge, the steel and the concrete and so forth, over the river, we'd have to seriously consider whether that made any sense in the context of putting it on foundations that are 100 years old and too small. And so essentially, what we have is a recommendation from our bridge inspection consultant that if we were to consider the bridge historic, we would have to replace the bridge, essentially copying it in its current location and condition. We would have to probably make it larger in order to receive an environmental permit to do that. And because the bridge doesn't lead to a, we'll call it valuable transportation resource, right? It doesn't, I won't call it a bridge to nowhere because Richards Park is a wonderful park for what it is, but it does not require, a 2-lane wide highway rated concrete bridge. And so the city would end up being on the hook for that replacement cost. It would be very unlikely to receive grant funding because it doesn't have any critical transportation significance. And we'd be talking, several $1 million to replace the bridge. So all that is to say, Public Works, I guess, presents this information to you, but in our opinion and in our bridge inspection consultant's professional opinion, the bridge is not worthy of saving. Public comment, any commission comment? Go ahead.
Thanks for that update, Director Vanderhyde. Commissioners, questions, comments? City Manager.
Director Vanderhyde, the state, I believe, was providing resources to remove the bridge if it was deemed removable, correct?
Correct. They are paying for the removal project to the tune of about $500,000.
So there are resources available from the state to remove the bridge. Does the designation or the registration of it as a historic bridge, does that bring any resources comparable or in excess of, does it bring adequate resources to restore the bridge or make it secure enough for longevity as well as safe for anyone that may use it? Because even if we block it off, pedestrians will try to use it. So, we'd want it to be safe.
Correct, and it is not safe today, even arguably for pedestrians. It would provide a small amount of resources in that the State Historic Preservation Office has a grant program, of which we are an applicant this year for preservation of the statues at Hackley Park. But it does not compare in any way to the $500,000 the state has offered to remove the bridge, nor in any way to what it would take to rebuild the bridge.
Okay. Can you speak to this? No. I think our finance people already left. So you can be forgiven if you cannot answer this and our finance team's not here. But there was an assertion that we heard earlier tonight and we've heard in previous meetings that at one point there was $1 million budgeted for repairs and restoration of this bridge and that it was never spent on it, obviously, given its current state. Can you speak to that at all? Was there ever $1 million that the city had budgeted or that we had otherwise received from a third-party grant that had been available but went unused? Or can you give any insights or context to that by chance?
I'm afraid I can't. There's no record of that in our files. That's not to say it didn't happen. I certainly don't question any statements to that effect. I just don't have any details or support of that. I would also point out that $1 million would not cover the replacement of the bridge.
Okay. We want millions then. It would
Oh
cost
yes,
that to properly
multiple millions.
fix that. Okay.
Yeah. So if we removed that awesome little bridge, would we be putting in or could we put some kind of a footbridge over it so that pedestrians can access both sides of I think it's a creek right there.
It's a branch of a small branch of the Muskegon River. I would say that we could, certainly. I would say that, though, before we considered doing that, I'd want to do many things, frankly. Study the need for the pedestrian bridge, what pedestrians are using it and to what extent, and are there alternatives that are equally safe. I recognize that walking through the spider web to the other entrance to Richards Park is perhaps not safe. But there is a pedestrian bridge just a quarter mile to the west over this same river, for example, on the Lakeshore Trail. There is many other locations in town that perhaps a pedestrian bridge might be equally or even more warranted than this one. So I would say that certainly we could, but I would recommend we engage in a planning process before we commit to such a thing.
Any follow-up, Commissioner Emery?
No, thank you.
Putting you on the spot here. But ballpark. What would it cost for a pedestrian overpass, a footbridge, going in there as a replacement?
So it's going to a little bit depend on the robustity, I guess, of the pedestrian bridge. If we're talking about one that is, 14 foot wide, similar to a non-motorized trail bridge, we'd be talking something less than $1 million, but probably not much less. If we were to put a 5 foot wide boardwalk, so to speak, over the bridge, over the river, probably hundreds of thousands, but not many hundreds of thousands.
Okay. So even if we were, and I think it would merit further evaluation and study and analysis of how well it's needed and used and so on and so forth. But even if you were to go down that route, the cost to put a new pedestrian bridge there is substantially less than the cost to repair the existing bridge. Okay. All right. Commissioners, any other questions or follow-up before I open it to public comment? Commissioner St. Clair.
So just to clarify, if we were to seek out this historic designation, it would not provide adequate resources to repair or replace the bridge. It would eliminate the existing funding to remove the said unsafe bridge and would tie our hands in how we could operate regarding the bridge
Yes.
because of the historic designation. Okay, so lose. Thank you.
All right, members of the public. I believe, Ms. Foster, you've got something to say on this? Ms. Markowski.
Here, so I'm just going to use the effort while I'm still awake.
Absolutely. You have up to 3 minutes to provide
I
your
don't need 3
remarks.
minutes. Just going to let you know that the Muskegon Lake Watershed Partnership talks about a lot of these places around the city on a regular basis. And so we talk about public access to natural resources. And Richards Park is absolutely one of the places that people use on an ongoing basis in a variety of ways. They drive there, they walk there, they bike through there. They just simply look at it, when they're on the causeway, wherever it is. So I think that we most likely recognize that the bridge in its current condition is not the ideal situation, but I would urge folks to consider making sure that we aren't discounting the value that that bridge is for that neighborhood and for folks who enjoy fishing, who people just go there to take pictures. I think it's simply a place that we should consider valuable in our future planning and parks. And I would just hope that we wouldn't discount it because it's not necessarily on the way to anywhere. People go out of their way to go there on a regular basis. So just wanted to share that it does come up in conversation. It has not been forgotten. But I don't personally think that you should make it a historic bridge.
Oh, so, okay, I didn't get it. You don't personally think we should make it a historic bridge. Okay. Thank you for sharing that perspective and those insights, Ms. Markowski.
I don't
Welcome,
want it
Ms. Foster.
historical either.
You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Okay, well, you know how I feel about the bridge because I've been here many times over the bridge. There was money allocated for this bridge, and I'll tell you what I did. My kids are coming to go through boxes because I keep every one of these agendas, and I'm going to find it for you because there's money that was allocated for it. I don't know what y'all did, what happened to it. Most of you probably weren't here. Is the whole idea of it is that some of you were, some of you weren't. I don't even know. Have you been here since 2016? Yes. Okay, so you were one of the people. Mr. German's been around since then. I have a business right there. I watch how many people walk, drive, and have to turn back around with their boats because they're frustrated because that bridge is not in accessible use. If I have to sit and count for you all day, I will. I will take a tally of how many cars go down there and flip around every day, how many people go down there to utilize that bridge because there's people there every day. I don't care what it is they're doing, they're there. I know I spent a lot of money helping fix Richards Park up and help put a disc golf course there. There's a disc golf course at Richards Park. Nobody seems to remember that, I guess, and the tens of thousands of dollars we put in that. What happened is the causeway flooded into the park, and so it made the park unusable for a short time, but they fixed that. Then they fixed the entrance into the park off of the 31 business loop, which is dangerous if you really look at the design. It's very dangerous. And nobody with a big boat or a decent boat is going to pull in there because it's too hard. And so they still come down Ottawa Street and then they turn around because they can't get to the park, and it's frustrating for people. And I think that it is an important part of our city, and I'm really sad that you guys, you don't even come down there so you wouldn't know. You know, not all of us visit each other's neighborhoods, but I support your neighborhoods, and this is my neighborhood. And I expect the same respect that everyone else gets, is that you support my neighborhood. And that bridge is a huge part of it, whether you all want to admit it or not. I don't know, there's a lot of new businesses coming down that way. And new, you guys did a 5-year deal with Fisherman's Landing. So that's still going to be around 5 more years. So I just don't understand the lack of interest in this.
Thank you, Ms. Foster.
And I'm going to find it where the money is. I
found
want
it.
to know.
I found it.
Okay.
So doing a query of the minutes of past meetings, it's from April 24th, 2018. It was not an allocation of funding for the full thing. It was a resolution of support for bridge funding application and a commitment for matching funds. Summary request was the engineering department would like to apply for critical bridge funding through the Michigan Department of Transportation. These funds would be used to replace the Ottawa Bridge, which was constructed in 1929 and is currently in very poor condition. Construction is estimated at $1,374,000, and the city would be required to provide matching funds of approximately $300,000 plus engineering costs. Funding is available starting in 2021. The MDOT application requires a resolution of support and commitment for the matching funds. The commission did unanimously support that approval of the resolution. It does not appear that we received that grant from the state, so the matching funds were not obligated because we didn't get the state funding. So that's why the bridge was not replaced. We'd welcome that. If you can save it and get us funds for a new bridge, we would welcome that.
I'd be glad to, but back when it was due, it was only 1.3 mil, but it can't be that darn bad.
Wow.
Good Lord, we just got...
It's a number of years ago, but we can continue the conversation after the meeting, Ms. Foster.
No, I'm good. I've had enough.
Anybody else in the audience wishes to give public comment on this item at this time? Is anyone on the phone that wishes to give public comment at this time?
There was somebody there, but they hung up. I can call them back.
Sure.
I will certainly look into that 2018 application and find out what exactly we proposed to reinstall. So I would certainly be interested just to know, what that was and how it relates to the Ottawa Bridge in terms of cost and service and so forth.
Okay. I remember that's April 24th, 2018.
Thank you.
Yes.
I will reiterate, though, that it's still Public Works' recommendation to continue to remove the bridge.
Yeah, we'd have to remove it if we were going to replace it anyhow. So yes. All right, we do have someone that wants to give public comment by phone.
We do, about the
All
bridge,
right.
and this is Brian Clincy from the city of Muskegon. And
Hello, Mr. Clincy. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks on this item.
There you go. Mr. Clincy, you can go right ahead. Mr. Clincy? Brian? There you go. Yeah, he's connected.
Hello?
Oh, there you are. Okay.
No,
Yeah, there you are.
Yeah, I'm here. I can. I heard. I could kind of hear. Can't say something, but I can hear what he said.
Yep, he told you have 3 minutes to go ahead, and you can go ahead and start speaking now about the bridge.
Okay.
Okay.
The bridge is in my neighborhood. I often used to go and shoot senior pictures on that side of the bridge. I was wondering what was going on when I couldn't get on that side of the bridge, but I think it's important to get to the other side of the bridge. I don't see spending $1 million plus on the bridge, but I would like to see. I would still like to see access to the bridge some way safe.
Thank you, Mr. Clancy. We appreciate you calling in.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
He's far away. Trying to shout to the phone.
Well, yeah, because it's her phone, and so it's like we need to improve the system on phone and comment. So let us know what resources you need to do that. All right. Thank you, Director Vanderhyde. I think that's the conclusion of public comment on this. Is there anything else you need from us at this time?
Nope, that is it.
All right. Well, thank you, Director Vanderhyde. Appreciate your patience and staying with us this lengthy meeting tonight. Oh no, we got one more new business item. Parking lot lease agreement, Development Services Director Jake Ekholm reporting out.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, so as we know, we've seen quite a bit of development around our campus here at City Hall over the last several years. Our prior city parking lot across Apple Avenue was converted into the lofts at 1021 Jefferson. Ever since then, we've had an informal agreement with the owner of 122 West Muskegon, the former McDonald's across the street from City Hall, and we've had staff parked there. We have been working diligently with a new investor to that project to try to get that building removed and new commercial uses or mixed use on that site, which necessitated us to start looking at a permanent parking solution for our staff. So we first reached out starting in 2022, early 22, and then prior to that, actually, Deputy City Manager Mike Sell had reached out to the Catholic Church, the St. Mary's Catholic Church, about their 80-space parking lot on Jefferson and Webster. I then picked up that work because of the impending projects at 122 West Muskegon, and worked with them for the better part of a year, and to our mutual frustration, the churches and ours, the Archdiocese in Grand Rapids was just not terribly responsive, sent along a lease that really didn't reflect the terms that had been sort of mutually agreed on. The structure that we had proposed for that agreement was we would have a very, very low lease payment for our weekday business hour use of that lot. But in exchange for that, we would have to make pretty substantial capital improvements up front to that lot because it is in older disrepair. And we were going to try to work in some sort of like public green space amenity on that site. That did not work out, so we've been kind of looking at other options. That process was hastened by the improvements, the road diet to Terrace, which removed the angled parking directly in front of the doors on Terrace. So at this point, our folks are kind of parked all over, mostly public street parking, and then some of them are still parking in the McDonald's lot. Then further exacerbated the situation. What further exacerbated the situation was our liability pool, our liability insurance carrier, mentioned to us that we needed to have dedicated employee parking that was specifically for employees. Otherwise, we were going to be looking at some potential impacts to our rates or other consequences from the liability pool. So reached out to Anchor Insurance. Mr. Jim Mines, he took the former Fifth Third Bank building and purchased that, and he put a six-figure renovation into the large parking lot at that site that he does not use. He's got about 5 or 6 staff and then 1 or 2 customers at any given moment in the building, and it seemed mutually beneficial. So we worked out a rate consistent, actually a little bit below commercial parking rates for other markets that we could find, and compose the lease that you have in your packet this evening. So we'd be leasing 52 spaces, which is adequate for the staff that would require them based on some lot counts that I did over the course of a couple months here at City Hall. And that would be at an annual fee to from the city to Anchor Insurance of $25,000 per year for a 10-year rate. That would be prorated for this year at $68.49 per day, $68.49 per day, payable in a lump sum. So we would pay it in the first week of January each year in one lump sum, and then we would have use of those 52 spaces for employee parking. This is a 10-year term. There's no inflation or escalator for the first 5 years, and then beginning on January 1, 2028, we have an inflationary factor that is equal to the consumer price index, not to exceed 8% in any given year. So this gets us through to the end of 2033. I did want to point out there is a typo on the cover page of the lease in section 3 term. Says ending on December 31, 2023. That should be 2033, so I would want the motion amended to reflect that amendment to the document. Yeah, I think this is kind of going to come up with a permanent solution to something that's become quite a problem. We've gotten quite a few pieces of negative feedback from our frontline staff having a difficult time finding parking. Obviously, we kind of caught the tail end of a winter there, but we'll have a full winter, and it's going to cause some issues. And this would be pretty easy for us to maintain because we would just have to de-ice and shovel the short sidewalk run between this lot and City Hall. We would plow this parking lot, and then those 52 spaces would be for our exclusive use. I tried to pack it all in there to minimize any unknowns. But yeah, it's a pretty simple 3-page lease. Our city attorney's office developed it, so it's our document. And it's already been countersigned by the other party.
All right, thank you, Director Combs. Counselor?
Hey, Jake, take a look at the bottom of page 1. The draft I have indicates party that the term is through December 31, 2033.
Yeah, mine says 23.
Look at it's the next section. It's in 4. It's 2023.
Yeah, but that's the pro rata.
That's correct. It should be my sheet that I have, my draft for item 3. The term says 2023.
For
2033.
term section 3, section 3 term.
It's been fixed in your. Oh,
Okay.
good. It's been
Yeah.
fixed by the clerk's office in your packet.
Yes.
Okay.
In our current packet, it reflects a term
I thought
through
we did that.
2033.
She told me she did it. She just whispered that to the clerk, and apparently.
Because you asked us to.
Yeah,
All right.
the many hours I've been here have
Sorry.
sapped my memory of that.
Commissioners, do you have any questions on this agreement? You have anything to add? Beyond asking? Nope. All right. Roll call, please.
Did we have
We didn't do a motion.
No, there was no motion.
May I have a motion, please? Usually we start with that.
I'll do the motion. I move to approve the lease for city parking at 877 Terrace and authorize the mayor and clerk to sign.
Support.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Emery, supported by Commissioner St. Clair. Roll call, please.
Commissioner St. Clair?
Yes.
Mayor Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hood?
Yes.
Vice Mayor German?
Yes.
Commissioner Gorman?
Yes.
Commissioner Emery?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That concludes our regularly scheduled agenda. Is there any other business at this time, Commissioners, before we go to public comment? We have public comment just a moment. No any other business? Okay. Going once, twice. All right. Now we have public comment. I do have a couple forms first, Ms. Foster, but you are welcome to speak during public comment again. Ms. Carrie Haber. Thanks for your patience. You've been a trooper. But welcome, Ms. Haber. You have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Thank you very much. My name is Carrie Haver, and I am a resident of the Muskegon County, and I'm also a member of the Muskegon branch NAACP. I come to you at this time regarding a situation that was presented to us from your Greater Muskegon Memorial Day Parade committee. It was a application form completed to for the NAACP to take part in the Memorial Day Parade, which we've done many years, and over the years there has been countless parades that we have been present in. We're present in the community. And with that being said, I'd like to share with you something that we received here that brought great disdain to the branch itself. And it says, thank you for your entry into the 2023 Memorial Day Parade. However, the decision was made by a unanimous vote of the committee to decline any political parties or political organizations to participate in the 2023 Greater Muskegon Memorial Day Parade. While we had allowed this in the past, we feel it takes focus away from our veterans. We do not make this decision lightly, but we hope we continue to focus on the veterans and their sacrifice. And it's signed, the Greater Muskegon Memorial Day Parade Committee. With that being said, I approach you, the City of Muskegon Commissioners, Mayor, and the City Manager. If you would just bear with me for just a moment. I have a presentation here, and I hope you listen to hear it in the context it was written. First of all, protocol's been established already, but I'd like to share with you just the preamble of the overall NAACP. We are a branch. We are governed by the national NAACP Constitution and bylaws. And I'd like to share with you the NAACP Association was founded on the beliefs embodied into the Constitution of the United States of America. We support democracy, dignity, and freedom. Members of the NAACP, in keeping with the charge of our founders, stand against all forms of injustice. The United States of America, built by us all, belongs to all of us. The repayment for our labor is equity and justice for all. The NAACP will continue to fight for justice until all, without regard of race, gender, creed, religion, enjoy the equal status. Our vision statement is, the vision of the NAACP Association for the Advancement of Colored People is to ensure a society in which all individuals have equal rights and there is no racial hatred or racial discrimination. With that being said, I'd like to share with you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Haber, you are over your time.
I haven't even got into it. I shared that. If you would just allow me a couple more minutes, I will gladly sit down. I thank you.
So we've established the 3-minute rule and have been sticking to it very strictly. I would, given that you came with another gentleman who is no longer here to speak, I would allow you to speak more, but I'm going to ask the commission to suspend our rules to do so. Can I just do a all in favor?
Sure.
Okay. Do I get a motion to suspend our rules to allow public comment beyond the 3-minute mark for this person?
I don't want to make that motion because I was a stickler on the 3-minute rule. And even though I am the president of NAACP, I was a stickler on that rule, so I want to not be in that.
Understood and respected.
Thank you, Brother President.
Mm-hmm.
Still need a motion? I'll make the motion. And I definitely was against that 3-minute rule. Let that be for the record.
We're not ad-libbing here.
I'm just
do you have a
stating.
motion?
Oh, yeah. We have a motion.
Is it supported? Okay. I'm sorry,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Haber. I'm happy to speak with you after this meeting further. And if there's something that you want to pass to someone else in the room to speak, we do have to follow protocol.
I understand,
So
and I accept that.
I appreciate you joining us.
I would like to share the context. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Haber. Appreciate you. Miss Josie James, joining us from the Lakeside neighborhood. Welcome, and you have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Let me open my paper first.
Before the clock starts, better.
No, but I gotta tell you, this was the best night for me to be here 5 hours. It was so enriching. Okay, you can start the thing now.
Okay.
Okay, I have to read mine, but we're the NAACP branch, nonpartisan, nonprofit, and the oldest civil rights organization in the world. I have two important issues with the parade's committee decision to deny our organization's participation in the Memorial Day parade. Number one, it appears as though the committee has not been consistent in their decision over who they're going to allow in the parade. I know of at least one political organization that in fact has been approved to march in the parade. And so it seems that their decisions were not impartial or consistent. Number two, in my humble opinion, if there needs to be a change in who's allowed to honor our fallen veterans in the parade, that needs to be decided by a larger group, a more diverse group, rather than 9 folks who wish to remain anonymous. We don't even know who's making these decisions. Also, changing qualifications and making decisions after the process has already started creates suspicion and bad feelings. I would recommend revisiting this issue after the Memorial Day parade and not making any changes to who can march until we convene a group representing everyone in Greater Muskegon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James. Appreciate you joining us this evening. With regard to this parade, manager and your staff, can you speak to? It's not a city function. The city does not organize that parade. Does the city have any representation on the committee for the parade?
It's, so my understanding is, and I'd have to go look at the actual event permit, which I don't have in front of me. But it's a event that applied for a permit through the city to do a parade. The VFW is the sponsor of the event, and they're the ones that made the decision. And so our what's the word I'm looking for? Our relationship with the parade, I guess, is just through the general event permit process, which is generally on a first come, first served basis. I don't know if Dr. Vander, did you have something to add? Because you stood up, so I wasn't sure.
I was attempting to find the application. Technology is wonderful until it doesn't work, right? In which we've recently gone to an online application which doesn't let me proceed to the rules until I actually make application. But I believe there are some rules that we should look into in this case, and I will find out what those rules are specifically and pass those along.
Okay. Commissioner Hood?
I can speak on this too. And I think one of the issues is that he Mr. Allen misinterpreted what he read. He said he Googled the NAACP and he Googled them and it said that we were a political organization. And that's not what it said. Let me put it in here again so I don't get it wrong. Okay, what he read, I'm thinking, is NAACP builds black political power to end structural racism. Let's put an end to race-based discrimination together, become a member. That's not saying we're a political entity. We are a nonpartisan entity. And just lost track. Okay. We just lost track. And we're the, like Miss Josie and Miss Carey said, that we are the oldest civil rights organization in the world. We're a civil rights organization. We're not a political organization, and we're nonprofit. So I think that needs to be clear, and I think that this needs to be out in the public because why did they make the decision to say we can't be in it? I mean, that's just that's just not right. So that's all I wanted to say. I wanted to get that clear. That I think he misinterpreted this. I think that's a good way of looking at it. Yeah.
So I was able to pull up the rules, and I do see something that I think we can reach out to them and ask them a question on. I'm not going to hash it out, but I'm just looking through the rules right here.
So staff will follow up with the organizer of that parade to have the conversation with regard to our rules. If that, if need be, Commissioner Hood and I can speak with the organizer as well and impress upon the organizer. Because I agree, the NAACP in and of itself is not a political organization; it's a civil rights organization. I believe NAACP has its own PAC separately, political action committee that's completely separate. A lot of organizations do that you have a separate political organization, but the NAACP in itself is not a political organization. So I think there's some conversation, education that needs to be had there. So we got another forum to speak. Miss Leah,
somebody on the line.
and we got someone on the line. Okay. All right. Since we got someone on the line, we'll go to the phone right now then.
That'd be great. This is Eleanor Cantor.
Yes. Miss Cantor, you have up to 3 minutes to provide your remarks.
Ms. Cantor, did you hear that? You had 3 minutes to provide your remarks, okay?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi everybody. My name is Eleanor Cantor and I live in the NIMS neighborhood. First of all, thank you, Josie, and thank you, everybody from the NAACP, for being here and speaking out about racism in our community. And I do think it is the role of the city to take a stand on issues like this. Okay, here's my comment. I would have loved to see the amount of public debate that happened tonight on every lawsuit filed against the city. Many people know that the actions of Frank Peterson during his heyday and during his final days as city manager resulted in a multitude of lawsuits for the city. The ARPA funds are required to not be used to pay settlements or fines. But after the funds are approved, the public will have no way to track how those funds were used. I would like to suggest that for any for-profit or non-profit corporations that are currently being sued as co-defendants, along with the city, that they should be excluded from consideration for ARPA funds. This would be one small step to ensuring these funds are used appropriately and legally. Additionally, no employees or board members of for-profit or non-profit corporations that are co-defendants with the city, they should not be allowed to sit on the committee tasked with distributing these public dollars. Lastly, we need the city to come into compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act by changing policies that misinterpret the Open Meetings Act. State law does not trump federal law, and the city is required to allow remote participation for disabled citizens who request it as a reasonable accommodation. Federal law and federal rulings support this change. The city cannot continue to violate federal law because of incorrect interpretations by the city's attorney and former city manager. The city must change its policy requiring in-person participation by Americans with disabilities in order to come into compliance with federal law. A lot of illegal things happened in the past, and that needs to be acknowledged and corrected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Cantor.
Thank Ms. Cantor.
Yep. Bye.
All right, Mr. Jenkins. This is the next one in my hand.
Mike Jenkins, 487 Washington Avenue. I sat and listened to this conversation about the parkland proposal for a long time. There was a gentleman at the beginning of the meeting who spoke about prevailing in court. I believe he was a representative of the Mart Doc. And it seems to me that this question is who owns this property. And I guess it comes down to the 7 people who unanimously supported selling or giving easement to the parkland developer back in 2021, making them the owner. Because it seems like that question has to be settled in court, as Mr. German and Commissioner Sinclair and Commissioner Hood seem to come to that conclusion. It seems to me that the problem wouldn't have been so severe had council recognized this provision when you first entered into this agreement, because there's no doubt a mistake was made. Because if the Mart Doc hadn't gotten involved, this was a done deal. And the only reason it's on the table right now is because Mart Doc came back in hindsight and said, hey, we don't like you giving that property up for $2. If that hadn't happened, this was done. So you're just going back and trying to it seems you're going back and covering up a mistake by hoping that this amendment would have satisfied the Mart Doc people. I think if somebody mentioned something like that, well, maybe this will satisfy the court case. And the guy they left out of here at the beginning of this meeting said he's going to prevail in court. So until you get the court solution, there's nothing you can really do. Until the judge, as Mr. German said, Commissioner German, is right. Until it hinges on what the judge's decision is. So all of that talk earlier is moot. If the judge says finds differently than you. I know you make commitments to the developer, but I kind of think the Mart Doc guy knows that his legal footing when he says that he's going to prevail.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Ms. Markowski, you have it for 3 minutes.
All right, just kind of going back over a few things we talked about already. The Ottawa Street Bridge, I just want to clarify if I didn't say it earlier, that the most use of that bridge is fishing. Okay, so we need to account for fishing use there. We also had a cleanup this past weekend, and as always, we spent some time on Ryerson Creek. Ryerson Creek, the catch basins along Moses J. Jones collect massive amounts of garbage that come downstream on the creek. So I'm not quite sure, obviously, besides working with folks within DPW and so on, where we can find that fits in, but it's a problem that's not going away. So I'm just mentioning it on here. Going back to the major topic of the evening, I do want to thank you for all of your debate earlier. I think that it was well received, the fact that you do listen to people that bring up concerns, whether or not those concerns get resolved, the fact that you have conversations about them, the fact that you care about them. At the end of the day, you're all here to do your job, and I'm sorry you have to stay here so late to do it, but sometimes that's what it takes. I also, in that vein of thought, want you to continue to talk to everyone. Sometimes people have stopped talking to each other. Sometimes people are neighbors. They might not be your neighbor, but they happen to be neighbors. They don't seem to get along right now. And it gets in everybody else's way. And so I think it's incumbent upon us, the community, to figure out how to build more collaboration among our development community, amongst ourselves, keeping in the vein with our communication strategies that we have expanded on and done much better at. I think that we need to take every opportunity to keep people talking instead of at people's throats, because the people that lose will be us. It will be our money, it will be our land, it will be our relationships and the ability to access places, the ability to access people, the ability to access events. And so we have to keep those conversations moving. And I just want to thank you for sitting here and doing the work, because that is what it takes, and I appreciate you. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Markowski. Ms. Foster, you wish to give public comment? All right, you have another 3 minutes.
I wanted to say thank you also for being here all the time and putting up with my Tourette's.
Is that what that is?
Yes, it is, actually. I am a little miffed about the NAACP. They've helped me, and I'm not black in our city. They've come to my rescue a couple times for things I needed help with, and so I don't think that they're a specifically political organization. I think they're just here to help smooth over things. We need smoothed over. They're helpful. They're helpful. But we're also constantly talking about inclusive and including everyone, and that is who they are, as part of everyone, part of us, that us up there. And I just think that we should reconsider, like, talking to these people about who can be in these parades. I guess the only thing I don't even understand what the application is about, other than have clothes on. I mean, to make sure that they're dressed. I mean, that's the only thing I would want to make sure in all of it, that everybody has something to wear. So whatever they're walking and doing, we're supposed to be inclusive in this community, and that's all I'm saying about that. So they should be talked to. Again, about the bridge, I definitely want that bridge back, but the third thing I want to talk to you about, I was at every one of these meetings over this piece of property that's been an issue all night long, and I know that Mr. Hood and Mr. Johnson and Mr. German on 3 occasions asked repetitively if we were going to have public access and be able to have some say on this property, and this gentleman said it every time you asked and you asked and you asked. If you were going to have these things, he said yes. Why we're in court over this, I don't know. Because I was here to all these meetings, whether they were online or in here, in a building. I was at these meetings. And I heard you, and you 3 times reiterate the same question about what access we were going to have to that property. Are we going to have it for the public? And are we going to have some say? And this gentleman said yes. So I don't know how we managed to get in court over this. But that's what I have to say, and I am a witness to all of that. And I know exactly what you said, and you said. Verbatim. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. Appreciate you joining us this evening.
About Sinclair. She said.
Is anyone on the phone?
Yes, we do have a phone call. We have a Mr. Kwame James. I'm not sure if he's a resident or not.
Lakeside.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah,
okay,
I know she
I'll have to
knows.
take your word for it, I guess. But yes, Mr. James, you do have 3 minutes. I'm starting the clock now.
2.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. And that's actually the highlight, I think, of what I want to add to the conversation this evening. Thank you. Just to reiterate what Ms. Markowski and Ms. Foster just said, you guys are so above and beyond right now. I think that this level of engagement, the level of dialogue that is taking place at City Hall, at these commission meetings, is just phenomenal. And I think it's a tremendous improvement over what I've experienced in the time that I've been in Muskegon thus far. And so keep up the good work. Specifically, I also have to chime in on the very surprising information about the NAACP being denied permission to march in the Memorial Day Parade. That just is deeply disheartening. That we live in a community where that kind of decision could be made by a veterans organization, especially on what feels like such a flimsy pretense. to suggest political, I think, is used to mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. I think there is some distinction between a political organization and a partisan organization. They don't necessarily mean the same thing. Regardless, I think that war is fundamentally political, and anything that is related to that activity is going to have some political elements, and so to disqualify anyone from participating on the basis of being political is ridiculous. But that's not your purview per se, I understand. This is just another organization that applied for a permit to run a parade, and that's for them to sort out. Hopefully you can help them do their sorting, and that's my 2 cents on that. I have a feeling I'll be making that deposit again in the broader community. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. James.
Thank you. Have a good night. Bye.
Peace.
Any more people online?
Dinner on the table.
Right. I don't even know I'm gonna have
I know.
on the table. These I want to eat tonight. That ain't good. Do you want to do a closed session?
I'm just kidding. The look on everybody's face.
Have a pair
You're doing your review now? May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Please.
Motion by Commissioner St. Clair, supported by Commissioner Emery to adjourn. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Thank you. Take care. Be well.